All right. Let's play a randomizer. Oh no. Generate new. Okay, hang on. Let me quickly change things around here. Can we set the... What's it called? The controls. Sensitivity. Dead zone needs to be at 0. Sensitivity, I think, needed to be at 120 or 130. If I'm not mistaken. All right. Well, that was unexpected. The audio was great, so the sudden rant sound surprised me. All right. Are we ready? Who's ready? Are we ready to rando? Let's get ready to rando. I'm gonna move this out of the way a little bit. You're not ready? All right, well, sorry, but we're going to begin. Ah! Got it. Just let me play. Goodness, I've played this game before. Saku. All right, we ready? Here we go. We have 1 medallion. We're gonna play a game. We have yeah. We have game. Hey, Urban Outdoorsman, also Strivu and D-Bean and Spark Boy and Sakura Milk Tea and X1011. Thank you all so much for being here. All right, let's begin. All right, we can still see, we can still hear, everything's good. Man, thank you so much for the 500 chicken bitties. You'd like to play a game? Oh yeah, we have grass rando. Look, I can tell because the grass is randoed. Oh, I don't know that the sensitivity is high enough. Wow. Wow. Can we up the sensitivity again? How do we up the sensitivity again? 130. Okay, that's better. Wow. All right, let's go over here. I don't know if I randomized the thingy, the shop. I don't think I did. Okay, no shop. Wait, hang on. But we randomized the Deku shield. Oh my god, the text, please. Why are we taking so long to go through the text? Oh god, why? No, I don't want to buy anything else. Oh my goodness. What is these babby jumps? I don't know if I can I lift the grass as a kid? I don't think I can without the Goron bracelet. Yeah. Slow text. Yes. It was really slow. I should have randomized this. Okay, yeah. Oh no. How do I fix that? Oh no. What's the Z? Oh no, that's in the... Oh no. Okay, hang on. We saving. How do we reset? What's the reset button? How do we reset? I want the thing to not be hold to, or I don't want it to be tap. I need it to be hold to the target. Accounting Nightmare, thank you so much for the 85 months. I hope you're doing well. Control and R, okay. Excuse me. I just need to options hold for Z targeting. Perfect. All right, let's go get our ocarina. Off we go. The text. There's an option to set the text in the thingy, but also yeah. To be fair, we have a bunch of different settings on. They're just like grass rando, pop rando, fast vines. Morpha is easily trapped in a corner. Thanks, game. What excellent hints. Where's my D-pad? How do I set the items to D-pad? All right, we need to change some things. Enhancements, quality of life. Where is the thing that allows me to put things on the D-pad? In-game text spacing? I don't care about that. I just want to know the text speed. Oh, equip items on D-pad. Yes. Assignable shields, tunics, and boots. Yes. All right, where is the text? Quality of life. Text speed. Found it. Is you just scroll? Okay, got it. Perfect. I don't have this equipped to my D-pad. All right, here we go. A, right, A. Look, I said it correctly. A, right, A, down. I should not be looking away. A, right, A, down, A. A, right, A, down, A. A, right, A. Okay, good. Whew. Wow. I love that. All right, we're gonna go spend some money. I feel like I'm still not running fast enough. No, no, no. They say quest guidance can be found at a talking rock. Wait, where's this guy? I guess he just doesn't give him anything. Oh my god. It's still not sensitive enough. Okay. We're going this way. Randomized enemies would probably torture Saku. Not as much as Enemizer would. You know what? I probably should equip my shield though. Wow, that was really fast. Like the menu? That was some really quick menu speeds. Wait, are those not the same thing? Didn't I say entrance shuffle? Oh, you said Randomizer? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. No, that's not what I meant. I got no idea what you're talking about. Listen, I may be a little scatterbrained right now. Okay. Just blaming on DST? Right now I'm blaming it on my broken computer. Why can't I press R for the shield? What's happening? Is this broken again? Why is the R button always messed up here? There is no right trigger. This is a right bumper. Hello? Back to having no... I wonder why they just like don't put it as... Yeah. I low-key think it's a miracle Saku's playing it all this week. It has been slightly a lot of work in order to make sure that the stream was functioning even today. I was going up until like, oh, nice! I was setting things up even, like 45 minutes. Ooh, Bolero. Okay, we got Bolero and the Megaton Hammer. Really? Imagine if Bolero was our weapon. I don't think I shuffled the Master Sword into the pool, but I definitely contemplated it. Bam! Hey, Refracted. Hey, Billy. Hey, Infamous. I hope you're doing well. There's currently going to be an avoidance of drink redeems for the foreseeable future. The cafe is temporarily closed for repairs. I see that you definitely totally just arrived, yeah? What? Infamous is here for the first time? Wasn't here at all earlier in the stream whatsoever? Oh my gosh, bomb bag. Nice. Hi. Rude. You know, I've gotten a lot better at doing that than before. The editor specifically for Saku's editor. Someone dropped ice in the fryer on the cafe on the first day. Very bad things ensued. Temporarily out of gamer girl bathwater. We got bombs. But I don't think we can do this because we have a bomb bag and not a bomb chew bag. Yeah. Ah. Why is our shower broken? Yeah, that's why we're so stinky. There's nighttime boxes, by the way. I do it! This feels so tiny. I may be panicking. Ah! Woo! Look at that, though! Oh my god! Look at that perfect, absolutely perfect shot! Panic successful. Oh my gamer. Oh, Zora tunic. Yo. First it was pot snipe and now it's rupee snipe. Yes. Hello, I'd like bunny hood, please. That was a pure pog face. PogChamp face at the end? Maybe? What? Why am I so slow? Excuse me. Hang on a second. Where's my bunny hood makes fast? Bunny hood, where's bunny hood go fast? Items? Bunny hood effect. Faster run. There we go. Also, don't forget that we are still doing the merch giveaway. If you take any clips of the stream, don't forget to put them in the Discord. If you do. Oh, did I not put it so that the masks persist? Hey, highway man. They say that the market is on the way of the hero. Oh, because we got Zora tunic there. The TLDR, I'm gonna need assistance with coming up with the drinks again because I don't know. You know what? Actually, who's a mod that wants a task? I know where this is going. Infamous already has a task. So does Fogs. No. Zithris, it's easier than that. It's easier than that. Saku is offering a quest. It has to be done by a mod though, because they need access to a specific thing. I'm gonna eat a thing real fast. If I mean, there's people. It's just maybe they don't want the task. It's because I mentioned the dungeon. Oh, yes. Hello. I need this, please. Give me a good deal. What do we need done? So in I don't know what the task is. I don't know if I can commit to that yet. You should be able to, in some sort of mod view, see all the messages from a particular person from, like, however long. And the thing is all of the drink redeems come from me. So if you look at my message history in the if you look at my message history, you should be able to copy the stuff into a Google Doc or something that I'll then be able to turn into a text box, which I'll then be able to put the drink redeems. And then I'll need to do the same thing for the food. But the food will have to be in a Google Sheet instead of a Google Doc. Because the food redeems have container in one column and then the actual food item in another. So like purse of, or dumpster fire of, or you know, plate of, bowl of, whatever random container, and then the second column is the actual food item. It is a fun little, you know, joke thing, walk it, but at the moment it's currently broken. So at the moment there is currently not definitely not a thing for that. Yeah, can we do exclamation mark? Any command, exclamation mark Saku. Somebody do exclamation mark Saku, quick. Thank you. My bot is is me. Yeah. Unfortunately, Hightail is from Stream Elements. How far back? I'm not sure. I'd say at least a couple of streams. There is a lot of redeem choices. That's why I'm like, yeah, trying to get as much of it that I can, and then I can just see how much of the rest of it I can remember. The bow? Oh, you know what? I don't think I did. I don't think I added nearly enough, ice traps. Panda Bear Lily, thank you so much for the raid. How was Super Mario Maker? Panda Express rolling in. Do 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 do. I can't see. Oh, hello? Epona song? Oh, Requiem. Interesting. Aw! You played a community member Super World? That's super cool. I'm struggling, apparently, trying to get this stuff. Sifthris! Oh my god, thank you so much for the 35 months! Resub, hype! Oh my gosh, I saw there was, oh my god! What is happening? All these good things! Wow. What kind of world was it? Was it like, you had to beat it within a specific time? Or was it like kind of more Kaizo that you had to do? Grab, grab, grab. I gotta like take these and throw them at people. Or not people, but you know what I mean. The spiders. I might have to do this after stream. Browser gets angry when new Sokka messages appears while I'm doing what I'm trying to do. Oh, I'm sorry. But thank you so much for helping me out with that. I just missed by a tiny amount. Do I have a slingshot? What do I even have for equipment? Nothing, really. I have a spider. Or, not a spider, a bow. For a spider. Well, bam! My fans are whirring. Can you hear them? They ramped up. They went, and I'm like, wow, that is some zoomy fans. Wow. $5. You know, it's weird how I get closer. I got closer to these and they look at the grass, okay? Okay, never mind. Look at the grass, okay? You see that grass? Okay. When I walk towards it, it disappears. Look, see? The closer I get to it. I know why it's happening. I know why it's happening. is because the game isn't meant to load things on like beyond the 4x3 section, but I still think it's funny. Hype train! Hype train! Choo choo! Oh wait, we have money. We can go see Dompe. We can also blow up all this grass. Wow! Look at all these things. How much grass can we get with one bomb? Wow, look at all this stuff. Oh, bombs are in there. Yo! Thank you so much, MT. Thank you so much for the 434 biddies. I heard a doggo bark. She's dreaming. She doesn't actually bark she doesn't actually bark while she's like awake unless she's sleeping. Wait, what happened? All right, let's go. She doesn't actually bark when she's awake unless she's sleeping. Exactly. You can be awake sleeping. That's how you get daydreams. Wait, what? Did I throw it into the chest? What happened? Well, 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 would you look at all this stuff? I thought she was so mad at the green rupee she tried to blow herself up. Nope. So I have a couple of games that I can probably do over the next little bit. Oh, I don't have Sun Song. I have so many warp songs already. Oh yeah, because I break the barrel. There's something in there. Can I go inside your house? What? I thought I said that. I have hints for that. She's so cute. Oh, I see, I see. We still have those there. I wonder if I can just put this here and if it will work for all the bushes. Oh, 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 oh. What was that? Something just popped up on my screen. And then went away. One of the things that I do have to say is that setting up my... Yo, Rain! How are you doing? We've collected 5 of them. One of the things that I do have to say about setting up my computer is that it's been really challenging to get all my settings correct for everything. Rain wanted tasks. I do have tasks. If people are interested in them, yes. You've had a mildly sore throat. Uh-oh. Welcome back, Jack. No! What? I was so excited. I was like, it's right here, right next to Dodongo's cavern. Look at that. It's King Dodongo. Just kidding. Get hecked. Ah! Are you still handing out tasks? It's, like, I have, Maid is gonna do the drink redeem stuff, but if somebody can do the food redeem stuff. Like, that's still able to be done. Oh, the pizza. Oh, that's okay. I see. I saw the emote, but I didn't understand it. But now that you say it's a peace out emote, now I can, now my brain gets it. It looks like Ken Murray and Maid are handling it. Do. This is probably like one of the better songs in the game that I really like listening to for short periods of time. Like, I like being in this area, but if I had to listen to this song for the whole, if I had to listen to this song for the whole game, I think I would lose my mind. All right, what we got? We got... Wow, red rupee. Any good hints? Bugs. How do I guess more bombs. Breathe screen? Hang on, here, I'll show you. This is my current status of my stream, okay? This is my starting soon screen. And this is my BRB screen. Because I don't have any files. So we're starting from scratch. I'm a brand new streamer. Never streamed before, never made any overlays, never made anything fancy. I do want some, you know what? I would love some cheese and crackers. Like cheese crackers and some like non-pepperoni but pepperoni slice stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but like there is some good meats that you can slice up and put on crackers. Kubasa is pretty good to put on or whatever it's called, not here. But yeah. We gaming. Look at that. Heart container for the win. So now we can go back into the town. Zigzag, 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 zigzag. Get away from all these guys. See, the problem with a charcuterie bar, whatever it's called, charcuterie, I don't know what it's called. Thing is that if you oh, I don't think I turned down the amount of birds that I need to hand in. Charcuterie board, excuse me, no. How many do I need to put in the pen? I think I need to put all of them in the pen. Oh, never mind. No, I do. The problem with the meat and cheese and crackers board is that I feel obligated to share it with other people. And I just want to eat the whole thing. I would say no if you share it with me. Mine. I need to do another. I don't know if Scarth is here, but I need to do another repo collab soon. Because I really have been wanting to do that again. Time to grab more chickens. Repo's amazing to watch too. It's just so much fun. I feel like I had a lot more fun with it than I had with Lethal Company. Ooh! I did it! I thought there was a box here, but it must be as adults. I know that there's different boxes and stuff in the, in Kakariko as an adult. Come on. Come on. How many chickens is that? Chat, can you count? How many chickens? Is that 7? That's 7, right? But the last one? What? That's 7. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that should be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm so confused. I keep counting 6 and... No, I keep counting either or. Where's the last chicken? Oh! I know I'm trying. Chicken, 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 chicken. I didn't even know there was a dude up here. It's been so long since I had to grab more than one dude to hand into Anju. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Thank you, yes. Fine glass, wow. Arrows made out of glass? How strong do you think that would... Do you think that that would shatter in the air? Or do you think that would shatter when it gets to somebody's house? Or hit something? Is what I meant to say. To somebody's house? What? Probably on impact. The glass is decently strong. Depends on who's delivering it. Yeah, obsidian. See, the thing is, I thought that obsidian is really fragile, though. I know it's really sharp, but I thought that it's also, like, really fragile. People in stone houses, fire glass arrows. It's brittle. So... Yeah, I mean, I guess it's probably, his skin is probably weak to being cut. So that makes sense. Also, welcome in Highwayman, Clifford, Dawn Gone, Panda Bear, Presscool, Lady Sunday, Seth, and Rain. I appreciate you being here. Hey Shanghai, welcome in. This morning I woke up and there's shattered glass all over my front lawn. What does it mean? It means Saku's in town. I think, like, I love the look of obsidian. I don't know if anybody has seen, like, obsidian, but it is really pretty. Wow. Saku's in town. I heard X gonna give it to you. Playing in my head. Yes. I would really love to have a rainbow obsidian, anything, but something not sharp because I'm also like incredibly fragile. Or is it not Saku because Saku would also burn your house down? Listen, I wouldn't intentionally burn anyone's house down. I would just start cooking, and then it just happens. That's one of the things I think I struggle with really badly with induction cooking. Hello? Oh my god, I looked away for 2 seconds and all of a sudden I'm in here. What happened? Is it like... Does that... I'm so confused. Does that skip, crawl zoomies as a ship thing? I seen that evil grin on the highlights video when you said that grass on fire. That's because my brain was braining, okay? I was thinking, I was like, oh man, look at all these things that I can do with all this fire. Ooh, Song of Storms, nice. Fire plus Saku equals yes, exactly. Listen, I know what I like. I have daytime skulls turned on, or whatever. Nighttime during day turned on. All right, let's cheat. You won't even notice. No, no. Oh god. Okay, well. Okay. Well, I can't even cheat. The birds are escaping. Quick! Stop talking! My friends and I call this trick scam, and the man who usually scams us back when all he has is a bloopy. Well, he gave me a stick, I guess. Whew, I got goosebumps. All of a sudden, like, shivers up my spine from being cold. That's one of, you know, my old computer was big furnace, and this one is not. And I mean, maybe it's because I'm playing not a very strong game. They say, that skeletons have skelekinesis and can sense when other skeletons are nearby. So maybe it's that there's somebody else in nearby. Skelepathy. Yeah, there you go. I thought... Just the thought has me rattled. Where's the grass? Oh, there it is. Have you... Yeah, it's the ability to sense skeletons telepathically. Exactly. I'm gonna leave this one grass here untouched so that I can keep that 200 rupees for the future. Skelekinesis would be the ability to move skeletons. Oh darn, okay, that was the wrong one then. Okay. So you have to make big jumps. Wow! That was not a very big jump. That was in fact the opposite of a big jump. Yeah, but I didn't jump at all. So I have no swim. Hey. Navi, please. I feel like that, I feel like if you did that, the DM would be upset. Oh yeah, because I think that blows up. Goodbye, after space you go. I figured that I would blow these up last because when I blow these up I might be able to get more bombs, and because I don't really have a weapon besides bombs right now, that's basically all I've got. I have too many notifications on my computer that keep popping up because I have no, like, nothing turned off for settings. Yeah, I'm on Windows 11. Ooh! Ooh! I got the soul for Volvagia. Volvagia? I don't actually know. Can we read this one? Is this one? They say plundering Desert Colossus is a foolish choice. Wow. What's a hard G instead of a normal G? A soft G? Is like the soft G GIF and the hard G GIF? So it rhymes with bag? Hard G is in goo. Do not say GIF ever again. Oops, sorry. I didn't do that intentionally. I just read out your message. bag. Look, magic. Nice. Oh my god, look at all this. A GIF is not peanut butter. Maybe that's a Canadian GIF. A soft G has a sensitive side, but still spits bars. Somebody sent me peanut butter through Discord? Oh, hey, it's Rudo's letter. Look, we have 30 bombs now. I have to remember where all the fairy fountains are, but I don't think I do. Choosy moms choose gifts. All I know is that, is there any words that start with G that is said with a J instead of a G? Giraffe. Okay, maybe there's a couple of them. A good few, I would say. Yeah, apparently a lot more than I thought. I'm like, I don't know any words at all. And yep, no, I definitely do. English go brrr. A few have pinched letters. Oh. See, but, there's a few of those that make the big sounds for the letters without being pinched. Speaking of which, did you all see we had the pinchy letters YouTube short come out today? Also, I can't, imagine Link with Speed Booster instead of Bunny Hood. Oh man. And it still makes no sense. Somebody in the comments said that they are glad they're not the only one who learned it that way. And I feel validated. Was it you? No, it wasn't me. What? It didn't cut the grass. This is definitely a randomizer. Saku, where's not Saku with a medal? Wait, why does Saku get a medal? Why does not Saku get a medal? Why you gotta... Welcome back, Scarth. What do I want? Oh, you know what? I could. Oh, no. Ah, yeah. Would you like a task from Saku? No, Maid and Canmarie are already taking care of it. How do you get a randomizer? Is there a program to change the mod? Or to mod the ROM? So, there's a couple of different randomizers. If you're talking specifically about Ocarina of Time, there's quite a few randomizers, actually. Some of them are on websites. So the website, what it does is it takes your game that you own and it will basically install a patch onto the game. And that will allow you to, it'll take the locations and it'll shuffle the items around. That's on the website. This one in particular is like a decompiled, I think, or I don't remember exactly the specific name. Why am I here? Of, oh yeah, I'm going to Gerudo Valley. This one I think is like a decompile or something like that of the game. So it's also a mod for the game, but this one's a program that takes your game and modifies it. So both of them will require you to, you know, own the game so that it can mod your current game and shuffle the, you know, make changes to it by like moving things around and stuff like that. Pronouncing it. Oh no. All right, here we go. I'm curious. I genuinely don't know what the proper way is to say that. But yeah, there's a multitude of, like I said, there's a multitude of different randomizers. It depends on which one you want, but I just got 2 quivers in a row. It depends on which one you want, but it's still gonna just modify your game, either via website or a program. The most popular one right now is called Ship of Harkinian, and like I said, that's a decompile of the game. Oh, heck. This might be a problem. Ooh, Shadow Temple had minuet. Chicken, come back. Hang on, no. You watch this, This is big brain, okay? Big brain plays. Big brain plays. Bombs. Okay. We have the chicken. Okay? We have the chicken. And let's see what happens if we screen transition when we can't swim. Go. Link, please! You gotta go faster! No, you're gonna touch the water! Ooh! We missed it! Yeah. Oh no. No! Quick! Screen transition! Yes! No! Yes! We're fine. That was drama. I shuffled in the ability to swim. It's the bronze scale, I think. You haven't found the roller coaster of emotions? I'm always having fun. When I Google pinchy letters on an incognito tab and your short shows up, perfect! Get all those people who know about the pinchy letters in one place. You can do it in the ship randomizer. I really need the ship randomizer to have enemy soul rando. And then enemy drop shuffle. Why am I here? Oh, hang on. No. This is genius, okay? This is genius. We don't need swim. We can just go without touching the water. To quarantine that? What do you mean? Why we need quarantining? Don't forget to post your clips in the Discord. Ooh! Worth. No, chicken! Crying. Have a good night, Alia. Oops. Whee! Dead! Okay. You got this, I believe. Well, about that. I was a fool to believe. There are so many things that I can't do. Wait, I can go to Zora's domain. You got me thinking of a song that probably nobody knows from here. All right, off we go. Over to Zora's domain. There's also grass somewhere over here that I don't think I've touched. Oh no, it's getting dark. Or the opposite. Grass! Quick! That's not close enough. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's fine. Yes! Oh my god. Yes! No more bombs! Let me... Rude. Go away. By the way, I have no items that use magic as a child, and I just got an infinite magic meter. That would have been an amazing ice trap. That would not have been, no, not an amazing ice trap. In fact, the opposite. But I can go this way. You know, there's actually this setting in ship that allows you to get the Navi trigger every time that you go through a screen transition, so that Navi will be like, hey, listen. And you might think, oh god, that sounds terrible. But the reason why I'm mentioning it is because there's actually a trick in the rando that allows you to use Navi to dive in the Lost Woods well to get into Zora's domain. Did you forget you have a sword? What? No, I'm making sure that you all know that in this game did you know that you could bomb grass? That's 100%. I'm just making sure to show everyone that you are able to ooh, speaking of the ability to swim, that's my bronze. That's my bronze scale. The power of buoyancy is yours. All right, so now we can swim. Would have been great if we came here earlier, but whatever. It's just that simple. These guys, I think, have a pot. You can bomb grass? I know. It's very surprising. And I'm so glad that you all are able to see it. Hello? There you go. I was actually alt-tabbed, so I didn't see it. Can you do it again? I think I've destroyed it. Oh wow, I didn't even notice that one was also, fast. I guess I just wasn't paying attention the first time. Wait, I wonder if you can set fire to grass. I feel like you should be able to. Wow, that is really fast. I think fire arrows work on the grass one at a time. One at a time. Oh no. But fast. We have to go fast. Oh no, I'm almost out of drink. So we're gonna be playing a lot of ship over the next couple days. And by couple days, I mean like week. Because I don't really have any other game at the moment. Except for what's on Steam. Oh, you want it? Okay, one of my favorite publishers came out with a new game. I can't say what I got. Green rupee. Blue rupee. Biggest bomb bag. I don't really have many other games besides ship at the moment. Or any other games besides ship at the moment, really. Or what's on Steam. But speaking of which, Steam, one of my favorite publishers came out with a new game today. I have to remember what it's called. But I'd like for anybody who wants to take a look. It's called ITER, so spelled ITER dash 8, like the number 8. Look at it and yes. Ooh, wow, so many rupees. Right. You know, it's always funny to me when we raid somebody, rotate, and somebody's like, somebody calls you rotate or something like that, and I'm just like, I'm not the only one who makes mistakes on people's names. Dude, all right, let's go through the last woods. Ow. Now, there is a fairy fountain that we have to stop by over here. Wow! I'm very curious. I keep seeing people opening and closing games on Steam. I'm like, look at all these rupees here. Less of a fan of just being called rot. Yeah, I can imagine. Hang on, what was the name? Totally not Saku's editor, or totally not totally Saku's editor? Not Saku's editor, something like that. I can't remember what the name is already. Totally not your editor, yes. So, totally not Saku's editor. Or totally not your editor, who is in the chat right now. How are you doing today? Yes, it's Mario Day today. How do you know they're in the chat? You don't know who it is. It's clearly not me or Tropical. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's 50 bucks. I mean, I don't have any banned mods right now. No editors here? Effort? You can ban mods? Oh yeah, I can. What's wrong with my path? Is it fake path? What's going on here? What happened to the path? Wait, the magic path gets erased as we walk on it. Thank goodness we have swim. We could have gotten here, right? Because we could have went around. Like, you can just run. If you don't have swim, you can just go around to Kakariko and then just run on this path. And you can get to Zora's domain. Oh man, look at all this stuff. Blastoise! What was that? How did you do that? A Steam notification popped up on my screen that says Blastoise is now playing Hisaku. Oh, did I make all the did I get all the beans? Oh, they planted immediately. You just went and game dev'd up a game real fast. I did not read what he had said, to be honest. To be fair, I'm not very good at listening to NPCs. Ooh, bomb chew bag though. What? What? Where's my chicken? Go away. Go away. What in the heck? Do you mind, chicken? You know, that's fine. We'll leave it for now. We have Zelda's Lullaby. Oh my god! They're holding a Zora scale? What? Oh, did I not shovel the frog rupees? Okay. I can never keep track of what I've shuffled in this game. Oh, chicken. And the winner of the diving competition goes to Saku. Yep. I can do a lot of things. I love how you leave the poor camera behind. Yes. Wow. What a great hint. Okay, off we go. What will we find on the ledge here? Probably garbage. Bombs. Okay. Not like as garbage as it could have been, but we'll pick it up. Maybe not. Whoa, bam. Sneaky. Are the fairies shuffled? Yes. Oh! Oh, they are shuffled. Oh, no. But I was so clever. I was so clever. No, all of the fountains. Not all of them, but any fairy fountain. Yeah. Hello, I would like to give you a bottle. Oh, this letter is from Princess Ruto. Let's see. She's inside Lord Jabu Jabu. It's not possible. Our guardian god, Lord Jabu Jabu, would never eat my dear Princess Ruto. But since that stranger Ganondorf came here, Lord Jabu Jabu has been a little green around the gills. The evidence seems clear. Of course, you'll go find Ruto. You can pass through here to the altar of Lord Jabu Jabu. I'll keep this here. You keep the bottle it was in. Take it respectfully. Please find my dear Princess Ruto immediately. Don't worry, he's moving. Don't worry, he's moving. See? See, look, very, very moving. Yep, super fast. What? Look, he's moved over slightly. While he's doing that, I'm gonna go do the diving game. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Congratulations, I got something nice for you. Cool setting. I like it. Now let's see if he's still weeping. Aw, he moved. What a graceful dive. Thank you. I've been nailing all of the dives all day. Wow, what a great item. They say that arrows can be found at Kokiri Forest. Oh, goody. You know, we actually have a lot of the, we actually have a lot of the items we need to beat this game. Possibly. I still haven't figured out, how to tell what the things are without going to the Temple of Time. Speaking of gossip stones, and don't spoil this chat, how many of you all here know what happens when you bomb a gossip stone? I do. Read dead in composer's grave. Guard bombs. Ooh. I wonder if, like... Come on, land on my stick. Land on my stick. Okay, well, the butterfly was gonna land and then I moved. What's the confusion you're having? That I thought that there's a way to like check in the menu without going to the Temple of Time to see what medallions or what dungeons have medallions and crystals and stuff. I heard that, wow, a recovery heart. Ooh. I heard that there's a second Slay the Spire that came out. What is Slay the Spire? Is that a card game? Is that like Balatro? I wonder if I could blow that open with a bomb. But I don't think I could get very far. Deck builder roguelike. Alright, I think we're good here. So kind of like Balatro, but more aggressive. Ooh, aggressive. There's so much water in my face. Balatro, but you punch slimes. Slay the Spire was made 8 years ago. It's considered one of the go-tos for roguelike deck builder games. A lot of games made since then cited as inspiration in how they were handled. Slay the Spire 2 is a new game, new characters, mechanics, and some carryover from the first game, but even more refinement. Oh, nice. Are people liking it? Has anybody bought it? Just making sure that... Jump, jump, jump! There we go. It just came out in early access, so I'd always advise you waiting for more content. Yeah, that makes sense. I do have to say that I'm a very big fan on like of like kaiju-esque things, and I know that Cthulhu is not specifically a kaiju, but I do very much like it's one of those big creature monster things that fit the bill, if that makes sense. So... I do like Cthulhu-esque stuff. Because, like I said, I do like big creatures, big monsters, or whatever else. So, yo, Tom, how are you doing? Ooh, Metroid 2! Return of Samus. Nice. You think you're close to done on it? Ooh! That's exciting. Hey, Dova. I still can't lift these. I need it to be nighttime. So I have to go this way. So might as well go and talk to the fairy fountain. All Metroids left. Nice. Bam, 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 bam. All right, we're going in. We're so zoomy. I love it. I need to fill up my drink. Yo, another Poe in a bottle? Goodness. I'm gonna fill up my drink. I'm not gonna do it in here because I don't want to get copyright claimed while I do that. I need it to be nighttime. Goodness, I'm a little sleepy. I haven't been sleeping very well because of, you know, the whole computer nonsense. But, I'm hoping I hear good news soon about my computer being, you know, my hard drive being hopefully salvageable. Alright. What is more scary? A Poe? Better than a bee in a bottle? What's more scary? A Poe or a bee? I don't know. I feel like it depends. Somebody can have like an allergy to bees, right? Like bee stings or something like that. And then they would be like terrified of bees, right? But then like somebody else would be like, oh, it's just a bee. I'm scared of ghosts kind of thing. Personally, I really dislike bugs. But I think I would take the ghost over the bug. Okay. What about a ghost bug? That would be literally the worst. Like Twilight Princess bugs. Ghost any day? You think a ghost is scarier than a bee? I think I could live with a ghost, honestly. But I'll suck at games of bees. Yeah, I think that I think that ghosts, it really depends on the type of ghost, right? Is a hornet a bee, though? I thought it was like a wasp. Come on, Richard! We gotta go places. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank gosh I don't have like one bonk KO or whatever. Got a Deku stick. And a green rupee. Boo. Yeah, I don't know enough about bugs to know. Hornets are something else entirely. Similar but not the same. So not like bees or wasps. Alright, Forest Temple, Spirit Temple, Dodongo's Cavern. Really? Come on. No, those ones are so easy. Dodongo's Cavern, Forest Temple, and Spirit Temple. We literally got the Spirit song, like Requiem, right at the beginning of the game. I saw somebody put a picture of a bee. Oh, nice. Din's fire. I saw somebody put a picture of a bee in the Discord. I was sad. I was like, ugh. Okay. Deku Tree is one. We don't have the slingshot. Link's Pocket. Fire Temple. Water Temple. What? Fire Temple. Temporal? Sorry. Fire Temple is Fire Medallion. Water Temple is Water Medallion. Jabu's Belly is Spirit. Shadow Temple is Shadow Medallion? What is happening? Yo, how goes? The time has come. Prepare yourself. I didn't even know that you were in here. Have you always been there? Do you always stay there? When in the vanilla game? Deku Stick can be found at Hyrule Field. Ocarina of Time teaches the Iron Boots! Well. Progressive Seed Satchel can be found at Zora's Domain. Wait, what? Seed Satchel? That means Slingshot. In Zora's Domain? No. Melting King Zora? A seed satchel is the, Okay, it's real. Nocturne! Nice. Oh. Save that for later. Okay. We still have 2 ghosts. We don't need to sell them. Can I sell the ghosts? Oh, I probably can sell the ghosts to, the guy who slaps his knees. I need it to be daytime. Knees! No, knees! Like the joints on your legs. No, not neat. No, 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 no. Please. Hey. I don't even know what I need money for now in this game. Wow, you gave me nuts. That was not what I was expecting. Ooh. The arrows crate. Bees have knees? Do they? I actually don't know. Ah! No! Well, almost. Come on. Stress! 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 Oh man, you gave me bombs? Without kneecaps? Oh. That was stressful. Okay. We have so many things that we're missing. I'm thinking we probably have to just go to Fire Temple, but I'm assuming we need to use Bolero to do that. Do you sell ghosts? You said you want to buy stuff in a bottle. This guy's lying. Doesn't want to buy ghosts. All right, well, this is gonna be a very long seed. And I don't even think that we have any bosses yet. So, like, we can't get... What was it? Iron boots? We can't get iron boots for a very long time. Ruby's drinking a lot. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to call your name. You're good. Keep drinking. Stay hydrated. Yes. Keep drinking. Okay. Actually, what I'm gonna... How long have I been streaming? For about 3.5 hours? I had to quickly take a stretch break. I don't have a BRB screen, so it's gonna look really goofy. But I'll be right back. Because I need to stretch, because I've been streaming for over 3 hours. I am back now. I'm just sorry. I probably jump scared you, but I am back. I'm just snacking because I'm hungry and I didn't eat before stream. Also, Mr. Boogeyman, I'm glad that you like the BRB screen. My computer hard drive died with all of my files on it, and that includes all of the stream, like, starting soon screens and everything else all. So, I've lost it all, and I'm trying to work with what I have, which is not very much. But yeah, it was, my SSD exploded and took out 2 of my other hard drives with it. Which is quite fascinating. But also rude. So I was standing up while I was eating. Still trying to stress. Stress? Stretch. There we go. Words are hard. I don't have any of my screen transitions either. Or like overlays and stuff. Exploded? Yeah. I think I took a picture of it. Hang on, let's see if I can find the picture of it that I put in the Discord. Did I put it in the tech stuff channel? Or did I put it in general chat? Oh yeah. I found it. I found the picture. Thankfully it was in a case, so it just like warped the case on the outside. But like, you can see the, yeah. It may have, yeah. When I say exploded, I mean it exploded. It was not ideal. Yeah, like I know that like rhetorical or not like rhetorical statements, right? Like the statements is like, oh hey, it exploded, haha, it's funny because it broke, right? But no, like actually. Yeah. Alright, let's oh wait, my buttons are different. Yeah, like exaggerated, yeah. Time to go to Death Mountain Crater. So we're gonna grab the item from here, which is just a recovery heart. So in these dungeons, I think I may have set key rings, but I'm not 100% positive. I did kind of set this up like this morning before I went to bed, and thus I've already forgotten what I set. So we'll see. We'll see what we have for settings. Doo-doo-doo. What do we got? Okay, I did set a keyring. Good, perfect. This makes me feel a lot better about being in here. Ooh. Especially because I don't have the hook shot, so I can't like make it over to the other side there. Because my jump won't reach. So there's also pots up there, and I really wish that I could see. I wonder, hang on. What if we hit a pot? What if it fell to the bottom and then like the item? Oh, this might be a tough shot though. I just want a little move. Oh, that was too much move. I don't know if yeah, I think I can't see. I don't know if they're loaded in or not. From this far away. But I worry that if I hit it from here, that it's gonna bounce backwards rather than forwards. It's like if I just get the tiniest, I got like a pixel to work with. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. We'll just find the hook shot. It'll be easy. Barely an inconvenience. I need a hammer and I need master sword and yeah, the bow. Okay. No, we're good. I have a bat above me. Rude. Also, welcome in, heroes, and Real Ryan, and Mr. Boogeyman, and Dova, and Tom. Excuse me. Boom, 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 boom. EZPZ. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about, I keep forgetting about this room. Hey Dios, thank you so much for the watch streak. Hey, you got away from me. Do. You know what you know what I'm also sad about? I lost all of my Curse Forge mod packs. So now I have to make them all over again. Because I didn't actually like log into Curse Forge. So it would have been smart if I would have made an account, but nope. Julie! Oh my god. Thank you so much for the tier 3 79 months. How are you doing? Julie, it's so good to see you. How's life been treating you? Hopefully good. Oh, were you about to ask if CurseForge stores that stuff in your account or whatever? Good, except the time change. Oh my god, yes, I agree. That's exactly what you were gonna ask, yeah. Trash. My favorite. It would have had I actually logged into an account, but I think that I didn't realize that I could. And yeah, when I installed it on this computer, I was like, oh, that's how you do it. You know what I did lose, though? All of my progress on the mod that I was making for Hightail. Which is big bummer. Yep. I was so proud of myself, too. I had, like, all of my programming, what is it called? Like, all of the learning and stuff, and all of the little, you know, when you are learning something and you're writing stuff down, all my notes and test example programming stuff is all gone, so I have to rewrite all that. Oh man. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I've got to do still. It's gonna be a very, very long process to rebuild what I've not got anymore. So I don't have hook shots, so I gotta manually climb this. Ooh. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I wonder if that's what, yeah. There was one day where I got, alright, now that you did the Hightail thing, I forgot that people probably bought Hightail using my code and that I get commissions from it. And oh yeah, well, heck. Hang on. It's fine. Go. Go, 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 go! Oh my god, I can't believe I did that! But there was this one day where I got a small payment from something, and I was like, I have no idea what this came from. But it turns out it's probably Hightail. Because they don't do it through the way that I'm normally expecting them to do. We got the Lens of Truth, but the Lens of Truth is locked behind at least one glove. So all of this stuff. I had all of the mods for the server. There's so many things. Because that's all new too. That's been done within the last 3 years, which means that we don't have access to that anymore. This is big work. But I think we got this. Like, I'm not complaining or anything else. So it's more so I'm just, as I figure things out with what's missing, I'm trying to like make mental notes of it so that I can I'm trying to make mental notes of it so I can remember that I still have like stuff to still have more things that I have to work on. Hey look, the text is great. Kinda looks like Texas. Ugh. Not this again! More arrows. Look at how fast we are. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. You know what I would really like if I had Furor's Wind so I didn't accidentally run off the ledge? That's what you get? Wow. Never mind. That was not done. That was not. That was the opposite. Da-na-na-na. I love Furor's Wind, especially like if I can't complete Fire Temple in one go. Like specifically in this dungeon. There was a clip where I had set up, I think it was during the collab stream that I did with Haru, Vivi, and Scarth, where I had set my respawn point to be up in at the very top area of Fire Temple, and I still had it equipped by accident, and while I was mid-climb in Ganon's castle, I accidentally pressed it. No. Nah. And ended up back all the way at the top of Fire Temple. Yeah, I was quite unhappy. It was the collab. Okay, I thought it was. I was just like not 100% sure. You're trying to use Furors more often, especially for out of the way places. I am too. I'm not sure how it works in ship, but like in I think the Ocarina of Time like rando, the official website one, they had sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on fall into the hole or anything like that. Oh, I don't have hookshot. They have it so that it persists even if you go back and forth in time. So, like, obviously you can't, if you use it as Child Link, like it stays as Child, like your warp in Child Link, I think is a separate instance than the warp as Adult Link. So it would still save the one in Fire Temple as an adult if you turned back into an adult. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. But I don't know if that is the same here. I use it most often in or Forest Temple when you have to turn the first hallway and go down to the wall grabber chest. Totally not blanking on the wall master. But yeah, I just I need to figure out how it functions in this you know, in ship in comparison to the one that I'm used to. Because I wasn't using this because for some reason it was incompatible with my OG N64 controller. And then, oh nice. And then when I installed the newer versions, it worked fine. But for a long time I was like, okay, well if I can't use my controller, then like there's not much I can do. I'm not gonna be able to play the game on ship. Yeah. Since they've got the controller stuff working, I am much happy. There's a persist setting in ship that can be toggled anytime. Oh, like persist furrours? Do you know if the persist furrours is also like set to both like the instances of if you set furrours down as an adult, can you then set a separate instance of furrours down as a child? And when you turn back into an adult, have this first instance still saved? If yes? Oh, it's called Better Furrours Wind. Okay, I need to look into that then. Because that sounds like what I was talking about. Bye. I mean, I don't have furrours right now, but for future stuff, I definitely want to turn that on. I did that a little too early. Okay, you said enhancements, items on the right side. Oh, there it is. Better Furrours Wind. Found it. Thank you. But yeah, for a long time I was like, I'm not going to be touching ship, or I'm not going to do anything for that because I couldn't get the controller working. It was so frustrating. I was like, I tried to install it and then it was, nope, didn't want to work because it, yeah, controller wouldn't work. Oh, oh man, no. I'm gonna get hit in the face by a boulder. Nope, never mind. I'm a gamer. See, I would have put up in the top room there, I would have put, that's where I would have put Ferraris if I had it. Hey, whoa. Nope, I thought that was there. Oh, I thought there was more pots down there, but I guess not. Yeah, thank you for helping me with all my silly questions. All right, we have. Hopefully they don't notice me. They notice me. Nope. There we go. Thunk, 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 thunk. I don't have hover boots. Okay, we're gonna deal with that first. I don't think I can get across there. I don't even know if I could get across there with longer jump. But we will try. Okay, never mind. Honestly, I had no idea it was that much longer. I thought it was just like a little tiny bit, but that is quite the long jump. Ooh. Do you mind? Ooh. You do mind. Do we have Avashia's soul? Yes. I think it's like the only one we have. But before we do that, we have... Wait, what? This is the wrong way. Wait, maybe I can go this way. Yeah! Woo! Let's go. Wow, that's almost cheating. Or it is cheating, but that's okay. I don't have to come back here again. I mean, to be fair, I might have to come back here again because I don't have the scarecrow chest. But yeah. Alright, let's turn off the long jump. Excuse me for a moment. Oh, was it? Hang on. Did we get it? Hang on, wait. Do I have to jump over? Does it not count? Okay, I didn't cross the one little... I was like, I only have one soul and it's this dragon. There's a little tiny spot I need to pass, I guess. I was like, maybe it was an ice trap? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I know we got the dongos, but it was an ice trap. We whiffed multiple times. Nope. Shh, don't tell it we're here. Sneaky! Yep, we left. Goodbye. Just kidding, we're back. Do, 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 do. This is the same music as the boss from the Spinner Dungeon in Twilight Princess. And it makes me feel even cooler by doing this on the side because it's, you know, the same music. Oh. I love how I'm on the side of the thing and the wall disappears. Go back down. Like the door. 1, 2, 3. Hello, it's Gigi. Goodbye, dragon. No dragons allowed. What do we got? Wow. What an amazing item. I'm so glad that we found a single green rupee. We got the fire medallion. I'm glad that fight didn't drag on. Ha 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 ha. Can I give you a tip to find your souls? I'm not looking for them yet, if that's cool. I'm more so just kind of looking around. Hey, come back. No. No, the beans. No, the beans. Okay. Oh, heck no! I went on the wrong spot. Now I gotta deal with these. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Don't worry, we got this. Okay. Yes! Well, bam. One down. Now we have the ability to cross. I could have just fallen and that would have been fine too. But yeah. Hand time won the pool. Also, welcome in, chat on a corn. Morchella, welcome in. Theos, welcome in. Blue Rupee. Just gotta wait till 7 dozen computer issues to get solved and we'll be able to see it. It's, to be fair, it's not gonna be that bad. Like, it's not gonna be too bad because it's mostly just... For that, like, I can do full screen games like this, right? I don't need an overlay. But what I do need is a hard drive to record it. So it's not like, you know, me trying to stream on, what's the other one? Like the N64 screen. Oh my goodness, I just looked at what the N64 screen is. It is just a completely zoomed in, this, hang on, I gotta show you. This is what the N64 live stream, scene looks like. It's so much of a mess that it doesn't even know what size the game to put. Just super zoomed in on the hearts. The only part that matters. Super zoomed in on the health, and that's it. Excuse me. Ooh, more ghosts? Wow. What is going on? Why do we get nothing but ghosts in these pods? Recovery heart, 2 green rupees. And a bomb. Water temple hoards a Deku shield. Ooh, how exciting. I'm so fast. Meow. Bam! I love how I walk in normal speed and then I'm like zoom off. Wow, red rupees. You know, the PC port of Mario 64 that AP uses can be played widescreen as well? Really? Can you tell me what, I just want to know what I just want to know what you have. Ah! 14 tokens. I keep forgetting that I can, like, dismiss that text. And I keep expecting it to go away, and then it doesn't, and then I get confused. I'm like, why is this text still on my screen? Right. I think it's intended to be played widescreen. There's a bunch of pause screens info you can see if it's in 4x3, but I play it that way because I like it. In like 16:9. Ooh. Wait, we have a hammer. Goodbye, rocks. The good news is that I need to reinstall Archipelago. It's also bad news, but the reason it's good news is because I can record the process myself, which is something that I was not able to do before, and I had to keep asking other people to record specific parts of the process because once you install it for the first time, it doesn't behave the same way. I got a brand new hard drive. That's good. I need to reinstall Archipelago. That's bad. I get to record the process. Thank you. That's good. Everybody was taken to the fire temple. Everybody's gonna be eaten by the dragon. Have this heat resistance tunic. Wow, everybody came back. Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. When you grow up, you want to be a strong man like me. The most manliest of men. Rah. Light arrows! Yo! Pot in the bottom of the well contains a blue rupee. Whew. Lion arrows? Is that what the bot? What's it called? Is that what the, not bot, but the closed caption thinks? Actually, I don't think we have closed captions. That was an add-on that I added in order for accessibility and stuff, even though it didn't work, like, completely and made, like, no sense. You know, I think that was, yeah. Oh, we do? They're interesting though, as always? Oh, interesting. I wonder if that's an extension then, instead of a what's it called? Mirror shield. I wonder if that's an extension though, instead of the other thing. A plugin? What's with this loaded Goron City? Hey, listen, I'll take it. Light arrows, mirror shield. We can do a whole lot of stuff, but what I really need is I need to go to Zora's domain and do Ice Cavern. I didn't put enough ice traps in the pool is why. I'm still trying to get the settings set up. And yeah. There's a lot of things I had to set up in order to make the stream work today. And some of the settings were missed that I would normally turn on, like shop shuffle and a few other things. Might as well go in here too, but I really need to go to Ice Cavern after this. Yeah. She barking. Yep. Also, hey, Crate, I hope you're doing well. She sleeps talks. Yeah, she doesn't do that while she's she doesn't do that while she's awake. Like, she will only bark in her sleep. Foo! Oh my god! Foo, how are you going well? Oh boy, Foo. Let me tell you what has been going on. Welcome in, by the way, welcome in Dig, welcome in Yuzu, welcome in Cloudy, welcome in Kung Fu Fruit Cup, welcome in Antonio, welcome in These Strange Notions. Okay, so how do I even begin this? On Saturday, I went to stream and I couldn't because my computer wouldn't start after I was trying to rebuild a new computer. Turns out my hard drive, my SSD SATA hard drive exploded and killed 2 of my other hard drives. So I'm running on like the barest of bones right now. I have nothing. I have no anything. Right? Frozen Ego, thank you so much for joining in. No, it happens, right? It's frustrating and whatnot, and I'm definitely unhappy about it, but yeah, it was one of those things that yeah, it's one of those things that was incredibly so what had happened was, do you remember when Twitch had said that like you had so and so long to download your VODs or whatever else, all the VOD removal times? I had everything backed up to my NAS server, and then Twitch was like, oh, hey, you need to download 6,000 hours worth of VODs, and otherwise we're gonna delete them all. So I took everything, all my backups off the NAS and put them on, like, just kept them on my main thing. And then when I'm a little upset. But yeah, SSD much more expensive because of the super low failure rate. Yeah. So yeah, it was a bummer. A bummer is an understatement. But yeah. So the only thing I have right now is I installed this game like last night and set up the rando this morning, because like even like my BRB screen, hang on, I gotta show you this, because this is like it's so basic. It's so basic. This is my BRB screen. Because it's so beautiful. It's so bad. I put so much time and effort and money into all of this stuff for stream, and I'm just so sad that it's all gone. But yeah, I have sent in the hard drive. So they took out 3. It was 3 hard drives in total. One of them I was able to plug into. So one of them was a videos file. Was like all of my first playthroughs of games I record. All of the first playthroughs were on a hard drive. That one, while I couldn't plug it into the computer, I could put it into a dock and I could get the files off of it that way. So I have those now. But the other drive that it took out when the SSD died and exploded was all of my stream files. So I'm grumpy. But yeah, we're having fun with this game though. We have Boss Soul Rando. This is Ship. Oh, Foo, did you know By the way, did you know that this ship version now, the newest ship version, allows you to play with Anchor also? So you have both Anchor and Archipelago, so you can have 2 people in one game? In Archipelago. So, like, if you wanted to do... Yeah, it's super cool. I know that you do a bunch of Archipelago stuff, so I figured if you didn't know that you might be interested in it, so I wanted to make sure that you were made aware. Also, those of you from my community, if you're not already following Foo, you should. Right now. Like, button, click, follow, yes, check mark. Oh, that's right! I forgot! Oh, no! You told me that before, and I'm a goof. Yeah. I'd absolutely love to, Foo. No, nobody said buttons. Absolutely not. Hang on, I'm trying to figure out where all these torches are. Oh my god. What is happening? Maid! Oh my god, thank you so much for gifting out 10 subs to the community! If you got gifted us, then make sure to say thank you. Thank you so much. I'm trying to think. I've been on like a bunch of different games. I've been doing a bunch of different games for Archipelago because I'm setting up for the big 40 game solo rando that I'm doing, and it has been interesting trying some of these. I played No Pelogram or whatever else, which is like Picross. Excuse me. No bombs. Which is like Picross, but Archipelago. But it doesn't have any logic, which makes me sad. But yeah, take care, Foo. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for all the support. And those of you from my community, make sure you're following Foo. Foo is great. I would really appreciate it. I know that she would really appreciate it. And yeah. Make sure you're not working too hard, Foo. I know you work a ton with stuff and it's very appreciated. But, yeah. What is going on here? What is in the back of my screen? Is that the map? Has it always been there? Am I crazy? How have I not noticed the fact that the map is there? Claim check. Is this... Yes. For some reason, I always forget that this is a skull token room. This is Lizalfo's room, but Lizalfo's room has pots, so I do have to go and hit it. There's also bats, I think, along the way. Yeah, and pots. You know, I should probably unequip the fire arrows and just equip regular arrows. Do-do-do, my nose. Oh man, one of the other things about like building the new computer is realizing how much dust I had in the old one. Oh man. When I took the case apart, I was like, how? I like clear this out like every few months and it still manages to get like an insane amount of dust. Yeah, I can't really do the cleaning that I normally do with the computer in the winter because I normally use my air compressor. My family has an air compressor that I use for doing it, but it's, you know, in an unheated garage, and that's not, yeah, it's not a good time. So I think we've already done that one, so I don't want to go that way. I did see that that it was supposed to be the SSDs are more expensive because of the low failure rate or whatever. I saw the. I mean, I feel like it's probably like the SSD was probably like the oldest hard drive that I had. So I think it was just old. I don't know, old, or the fact that it plugged into a new power supply and got a surge, or I'm not exactly sure the specifics. I just know that like I'm trying to be positive about the whole situation, because it's just, you know, it's quite a lot to lose all at once. And the reason like I'm still like semi-normal is because there's still a possibility that that I get those files back if I get lucky and the hard drive isn't damaged and the data recovery people can do so. But it's also going to be complicated because I then need to figure out what I've got from backups, like what I'm already installed, and then moving things over again. There's just, yeah. Thank you. Do-do-do-do. I remember when I applied to be a Nintendo creator, but it was like, you gotta delete all of your modded Nintendo game VODs. And I was like, that's literally my entire account. Do-do-do-do. No bats. I'm not going to say it's 100% by any means, but it's likely will be recoverable. I hope so, but I'm getting so many mixed messages. Like, there are some people that are telling me, oh, your files are completely gone. Whatever else, you should prepare for the fact that, like, mentally prepare for the fact that your files are all gone and you're never getting anything back, and blah, 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 blah. And, and just, you know, that way that if they do come back, that you're not, you know, you're not excited, like, sorry, that you're excited about the success instead of devastated by the failure. And I was like, I'm gonna keep my hopes up, and because it's really the only thing that I can be positive about with this whole situation. So I disagree. Nice. Hello? What are you trying to do? But yeah, I'm thinking they're gonna be fine. I hope so. Yo, we got the slingshot. Now we can do Decatry. Well, besides, you know, we don't have Goma's soul, so... Nice. And the adult's wallet. Perfect. This place is also loaded. Ow. A head crash? What's a head crash? Oh shoot, I need these too. I think this is yeah, those dudes. Don't need those. Because I didn't shuffle those guys into the pool. Oh heck. I haven't been using the tracker, by the way. I'm trying to see how much of this I can remember by memory. Specifically, remember by memory. I'm trying to figure out how much of this I can get without remembering, or without like by remembering. Sorry. Jeez, my brain. I ran through that explosion and it did not damage me. And I wonder if that's because the cutscene is going on in the background. I am definitely like, I don't know. I know that I like probably seem completely normal or whatever else but like I definitely have like pretty strong anxiety and like a variety of other things. And I'm still like really anxious and nervous and whatever else about the whole thing. So I am glad that everybody is being patient with me because, yeah, I'm probably going to be a little bit more emotional the next couple of days. See, that was what the person at the shop was saying that that could be happening. But I don't know if they have to say that just because like they have to prepare somebody that they that it's possible that the data might be gone. But yeah. But it wasn't also a technician, right? It was just somebody who's there to accept the it's just there somebody who's there to accept the drive. So it's not necessarily saying one way or another. There we go. Oh heck. I forgot that we don't have the Dodongo that we found wasn't an ice trap. Yo, Beep, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you followed. No, I don't have Dodongo's soul. I did pick up a Dodongo's soul earlier, but it was in fact an ice trap. So, let's warp out. Actually, yeah, no. Let's warp out. Oop. And oh, because I can't. No, okay. No. We save, and then somebody said, what, Control 5? No. What was the button? Control R. Oh, yeah, this is the right button underneath 5. Got it. Thank you. Also, the process of doing data recovery on a spinny drive that head isn't working is to take it apart and clean the room and hope the magic dust doesn't go anywhere. So that's fraught with peril, yeah. It's complicated, and I know that it's complicated and whatnot. I expect that it is. So I'm hoping that it was just zapped by like the surge and that didn't damage anything else along the way. I don't know any other way that it would have, but yeah. Have you tried any texture mods with ship yet? I don't think so. I actually, no, that's wrong. I did. I've done a Christmas texture mod. Because I was attacked by snowballs. Also, that's gone too. That's on that hard drive. And it's older than what I've got. Grumble, grumble. Are we able to pick these up yet? Did we get the gloves? No, we got the slingshot. Okay, we save. And then we Control R again, because this will put us in our house. Yeah, but I can't use the sword in, I can't use the sword in that area. You can't use weapons in the castle town. You can? Oh, really? Okay, well, then heck me, I guess. I'll go back there in a bit. No, I have stick. Oh, jeez. I thought that was like the new sound for a wall master in the Lost Woods. Oh my god. I'm getting jump scared by Deku mouth opening sounds. I have Deku sticks. I also have a sword. Deku Musker. To be fair, there's been multiple times where, get back here. There's been multiple times that Twitch has, made, people unfollow in the past. Not only unfollow, but there's been numerous times that Twitch has made people unsubscribe to channels. And, you know, there's definitely been some issues. Not necessarily by anybody, by like anybody in particular's fault or whatever else. It's just like I've been around long enough to have seen many of these things happen. You talking about my computer issues is making me think of a PC died literally hours after I finished my last final paper for college. It was like, my job is done. I can die now. Oh my god, no. Please tell me you at least got a chance. Like, please tell me you at least were able to hand it in. Try to catch me now, Wall skull. Hello? Gosh, I love the fact that I don't have to wait for the cutscenes. Gosh, it's so good. I wish that this was like vanilla behavior. I think your climb speed may actually be faster than mine. I have it turned up to the max. 20 tokens. I worked through that last final. Then when I got home afterwards, it failed to boot. Oh my gosh. Is it like, sorry, is your, you said you refused to get rid of it. The computer? The laptop? Is it because you have something important on there? You ever gonna go back and boot it up? Get it repaired? Boot up the memory, boot up the system, and see what you've got lurking in the remains of your stuff? No? I sent so much. I had a lot of things that I had for more sentimental stuff. Like I had a bunch of hoodies and stuff from like my schools. Oh hey, hover boots. Well, now that puts, you know, whatever that I did in, I feel less bad about what I did in Fire Temple. But I had a whole lot of that kind of stuff, like sentimental value items, electronics, computers, which are also electronics. Hoodies and other random memorabilia from when I was younger, and I'm just like, yeah, I just don't think I need any of this anymore. And so I had taken a lot of, like, I had, what was it, like 3 blackberries? The mobile phone blackberries, like a pink flip phone, and then a BlackBerry tablet, a very dead iPad, like a whole lot of other things. But yeah, I don't have the long jump. I don't have so I have grass rando on, first of all, and I'm pretty sure that there's some grass in there. So I don't have the jump extender enabled. Like I probably could still, but yeah, I'd have to turn on the jump extender, but I'm pretty sure that there's grass over here that I need to cut. So I had it printed out, literally went to turn it in and came home to use it leisure. I was like, nope, I'm dead. Motherboard failure. Oh my God. Good thing is I had brought an external hard drive the week before and backed everything up onto it. That's so good that you did that. Yours is still in the closet. No, maybe Sunday but I'll keep it because it was a good laptop. I don't want to get rid of it. I wonder if it's still a good laptop now. My PC died a few months ago while I was streaming. Repairman told me the RAM, hard drive, Wi-Fi card, CPU, and motherboard were all fried. Oh my god. That is awful. And oh, I really hope that was like before the crazy computer prices. Maybe there is a setting in the rando that allows you to there's vanilla, right? Bunnyhood can be either vanilla or make you faster, or faster and longer jump is the other setting. So so I don't have the faster and longer jump. I just have the faster because I'm only interested in going fast. But I still have to check a vast majority of the rooms. So because of the grass, especially in like Deku Tree and other things like that. So I'm just like, okay, I might as well just do all of this. You also had a brand new laptop, so I was like, well, no major loss. Hey Smash, I hope you're doing well. If it can run Linux, it has a use. Well, I never thought about Linux. I had a laptop that died. I'm assuming I think it was the battery. I can't remember, it's been a hot minute. Okay, in there is a thing that I can grab, but I don't have... Wait, do I have Din's Fire? I don't even need anything else. I have infinite magic. I found 3 magic bars, so... It was in November, so right before prices went nuts. Did you end up replacing it? Wow, that was so fast. That might be a little too fast. This is like... Yeah. Yeah, I never say it correctly. Not because of, you know, whatever. I just forget. Not because I'm memeing or anything. But yeah, I just forget what it's called. Don't worry, I've called it many weird things. I had, earlier, I used to call it scalatulas, like a spatula. You got the whole new rig and the new GPU transferred over. Oh, I'm glad you were able to at least get something before everything went bananas. Okay, we don't have Goma's soul, so we might as well leave. Where do we want to go? I don't think there's anything else that we can do in here. Dodongo's Cavern, we can't do anything else in. Zora's Domain, we wanted to go to Ice Cavern. That's where we wanted to go. There's grass in there. Check the chamber. Oh, I didn't realize that. Hang on. You're right. Oh my gosh. I did not. Can you imagine if I find Goma's health here? Or Goma's soul? That would be funny. Thank you. I did not realize that there was grass in here because every time I walk in here, Goma dies within like 2 seconds. So, yeah. This whole stream is reminding me that I really need to get to regular backups. I found a company that I'm thinking of seeing if I'm gonna reach out to them and see if I can maybe get like partnered with them that does regular backups to a cloud that you pay annually, and they kind of just detect when a change has been made to your if they basically will detect if there's been a change to your files, and then they'll like update their backend stuff with your backups. I would really like that at this point. Cloud syncing, yeah. Okay, we're out of the room, so let's go. I'll also say I don't get how randomizers work, because, like, wouldn't at some point you'd possibly be stuck and able to progress? If, for example, put a key in an item unreachable spot, then it's just GG? No, so randomizer, as Scarth was saying, the randomizer has built in what's known as logic. It's a set of conditions that the randomizer has that prevents soft locking. So there is games where you can do a no logic rando, where you have to know like extreme glitches in order to possibly be able to beat the seed. But most like regular randos like this, A Link to the Past, and a variety of other ones will have logic in place that will say, hey, if this item or if this location is locked by these particular things, then this item cannot be past that point. So locations will have, it's like, for instance, code, right? You'll have a thing that's like, this chest on Death Mountain has to have the ability to access Death Mountain and also is locked behind a bombable wall, so it has to have either bombs or, you know, and then list all the variety of different things that it can have there. So, and then there'll be a set of like specific different section of the code that's like, this location, like, can access Death Mountain means you have access to either this thing or this thing and this thing and blah, 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 right? So, like, there is always coding in place that will make it so that that stuff doesn't happen, that it doesn't prevent you from finishing the game. Thankfully I did the, oh shoot, you're right, I did forget the grass. Okay, I'll do Ice Cavern first, and then we'll do the grass. No touching the grass. Nope, we no touch grass. But yeah. No touch, just cut, exactly. Ship takes it one step further, gives you available check tracker that lets you know. Yeah, sometimes it actually pops up on the screen, but that's why I don't even have it open, because last time I was scrolling through it and it was annoying me because it kept on taking over on OBS. So it's like, oh, all of a sudden everybody in the chat is just staring at my tracker. Was that a Pokemon? That was like, somebody said something yesterday while I was working on setting this game up. Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was that I responded similarly with. I was like, what is that, a Pokemon? Oh wait, no, it ended in Mon, so that must mean it's a Digimon. Window capture in our OBS. I don't even know what capture I'm running on right now. If it's window capture or game capture. It only happens to me when I'm scrolling through the tracker. Where that's what it'll swap. Okay, Iron Boots is in the abyss. Or no, Iron Boots is not in the abyss. Iron Boots is, yeah. Maybe we won't need Iron Boots. Maybe we just get lucky and the big key for Water Temple is like in the front door. Iron Boots is at Ocarina location. Ocarina song. Nope. Just gonna go hide in the corner. Tiny. Oh, I'm heck. Oh, good. That actually bumped me the right way. Perfect. Nope. Oh. Wow, I just get some health and immediately get slapped in the face by an icicle. Hey, come back here. Rude. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, heck. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Well, recently you can duck the blades in this room? Yeah, if you roll under them. It's pretty nice. Alright, so we gotta drink some ghosts. Poison. Poison. Oh wait, that actually healed me. Nice. Gummy ghosts. Oh, that actually healed me too. What's happening? I'm getting good luck. That's not acceptable. Staring at your tracker respectfully. Man, I'm so sad. My clever little tracker is all like messed up because I don't even have it visible on the screen in here. I'm about to get absolutely wrecked by a bat. Where's the other one? Go away. Nope, nope. Woo. I love the tracker so much I give my whole right monitor to it when I play. That's why I have it on toggle. Interesting, I use window capture and OBS, but haven't had that issue. Most rando games have separate trackers available, but having it be tied to the game itself is a good way to avoid inconsistencies. Oh man, I remember when the emo tracker got auto tracking available, and some people in the Ocarina of Time community were like absolutely refusing to allow auto tracking for their game because race integrity, quote unquote. And And the fact that you can't use a tracker, or you can't use auto tracker on consoles. So they made it so that, like, because Emo Tracker basically would allow you to, like, if you were the rando devs, you were allowed to dictate whether or not that game could have or couldn't have a tracker, an auto tracker for it. So, because the devs for the Ocarina of Time rando didn't want to have auto tracking, I'm pretty sure that still doesn't have auto tracking available right now. But it's like, the problem is that it also hurt, like, the people it hurts most is the casual players, right? Like, because even, like, I don't race, I stream the game, but it's a really difficult thing to be focusing on the chat, focusing on the game, tracking everything, making sure you don't miss anything, and then, you know, not being allowed to auto track was really infuriating. It's a huge deal in races for some reason. You're doing a great job. This is more fun anyways. I don't, like, some randos, like, Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past are kind of like the two Zelda randos that I do the most. Obviously, like, if we're gonna say randos that I do the most, we're gonna say A Link to the Past and Metroid Fusion are gonna be like the two games that I really do the most, quote unquote. But yeah, this game and A Link to the Past are kind of like the main Zelda ones that I do, and so it was really frustrating to not be able to talk to chat whenever I wanted to play the game, if I wanted to participate in the tournament. And I understand, like, the thing is, I understand the reasoning, right? You don't want anybody to get hints or whatever else all. You don't want anybody to have an unfair advantage, and I get that. It was just, that's why I don't do it anymore. So, like, I participated in previous tournaments, but I don't anymore. Because I don't want the delay. There was like, you have to have 20-minute delays. You're not allowed to talk with chat. Blah, 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 blah. There is also, you know, now they've got the ladder, so now you can talk with chat. But yeah, like, there was a whole lot. Like, you had to have your chat and emote only and blah, 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 blah. It was very complicated, and it just, I stream to hang out with all of chat, so it's just not something that I could, yeah. I mean, it is, a lot of people take it way too seriously, and which is why Soccer Racing League is so lax. It's way more of a for fun thing. Like, we do races for Link to the Past every Friday, and that's because, yeah, we just, yeah, there's no requirement to go and, trying to think, sorry. There's no requirement to do anything like that. There's not even a requirement to stream it. It's just like you race and whatever else all. And if you win, you win. If you don't, you don't, right? It doesn't really matter. Darn, I didn't realize that I had pots in here. an ice room. I've gotten much better at that. I used to not be very good at it, but I'm very proud of myself with some of these tricks. Like I do B1 skip. I do a few other things. And yeah. The bomb jumps are nice. But yeah, I just wanna hang out with chat and play the game, talk about things. But yeah, I've always had a problem about not allowing auto tracking because of races. Like I know that, like I get why you wouldn't allow auto tracking in races if you want to not allow auto tracking in races. Like there's valid points, right? They don't want somebody who has one monitor to have an unfair advantage over somebody who, you know, has more monitors and has space for a tracker, or like, you know, there's definitely things in a racing environment that would make sense. But I don't think that it should be limited to, like, I don't think that you're not allowed to have anybody have a tracker, which was kind of the response that you would get from some of the devs in the OOT rando community about it. And it's not all of them, but there was definitely some very vocal ones that were like, you know, you're just never gonna have it, never gonna have it. And then Ship came out with one, and it's like, well, like this has the auto tracker. Would have been great if the other one did too. How long has it been since you got first place? I mean, there's a lot of really skilled rando runners in the community now. And there's a lot of people who practice the game, play the game constantly, and I only play it every Friday. So this might be something important. No. Wait, then what is it? Is there another? Is there? Is it here? Is there a fairy fountain here? Oh, this is what it was. Okay. I see. Yep, there's the seed satchel. Okay. No! It's an ice trap! What? You were right. Kippa was right. Kippa said that it looked like it was spelled incorrectly. But I was a goof. And I thought it was real. I thought that was the correct spelling because I'm not very good at English. Oh, man. One could theoretically write their own tracker that gives percentages on checks to minimize the risks. I mean, there's probably people who do. There's definitely people who take the game way more seriously than I ever will. I still don't have a hook shot, and I'm trying to figure out, like, what? Can't go across. We have a couple of storms checks that we can do. We should go to Kokiri Forest as an adult because we haven't yet. We also don't have silver scales, so we can't jump down the pit that we just ran through. Like, to get into the Lost Woods, we have to go the long way. Because there's gonna be different grass there. Oh man. Ooh. Excuse me, I would like to find some goods. Nuts. No, 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 no. See, I would love to make a race like that. Like another soccer racing league kind of thing, but I can't commit to another game being played on like every week on a specific day. But I wouldn't mind having, if people wanted to have a race that, like, yeah, rules don't matter, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, not necessarily that rules don't matter, but like that, you know, it's for fun and people need to be not serious about it. I don't think that there's... But I don't know how many people would even be interested. I don't think there's any more grass. I think I've got them all. So we know that Minuet is in Shadow Temple, I think was the hint that I saw earlier. There is Deku Stick. Sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe it's a major upgrade. Nope. Hey, I found Greg. Let's see what this has to say. Soul of Twin Rova can be found at Lake Hylia. Wait, we have swimming now. We can probably do fishing. Oh, we haven't done Target in the Woods either. I don't have Saria's song. Heck. I can't remember if it's like... I think it's this one. Navi, please. Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mido. Or no, yeah, Mido. Oh yeah, you're no, that's purple rupee. I'm leaving that behind intentionally. Excuse me. Excuse me. Goodbye. I have fast scarecrow, but I literally don't have a hook shot at all. Hello, excuse me. Nice to see you. Hi, how's it going? What? All right, in your knees. Nope. Your foots. Yeah. Yep, rip the VOD audio. That's, this area is not... Okay, get out of here. I'm not even at the point where you can see me. This guy. Okay, are you? How close are you? Hmm. 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 Okay, this is a problem. Big problem. Big problem. I'm about to be real hurt. Nope. Yep. Ah! I could not. Excuse me. Cool. I now know how to glitch past Mido. Goodbye. Do you? I know that there is a storm here, or a grotto here, a storm's grotto here, but I can't remember if it's a fairy grotto or not. Nope. Don't care. All right, well, we can't get into the other thing because we don't have hook shot. Pot and Zor. Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh, wow. Already attacking me. I'm not even down here yet. Watch this. I think we've already done this, but I want to make sure. Okay, we did. Yep. Whoa! Look at that! Did you see that guy? Hang on! Whoa, did you see? Look, hang on, I'm gonna go back down there. When I come back out of this thing, I want you to look and see left screen if he jumps up with me. Yeah, look, he went back down! Did you see that guy? On the left side? This one right here. Cutting some grass near the lake. All right, thanks. Pot and water temple, don't care. All right, let's think. All right, we have Storm's Grotto. Okay, we need to go back to Castle. He's hopping mad that you got past him. That was the guy that pushed me into the... That was the guy that pushed me. What? That was the one guy I didn't kill. Excuse me. I'm looking for not this. So let's think, okay? So here's the plan, okay? We're gonna go and we're going to do the thing to the right. There's a fairy fountain on the left of Hyrule Castle. So over here, there's a fairy fountain. So that's where we're going. And then after that, we got to become a child. No, after that, we need to go to the Serenade location so that we can then do the fishing game. And maybe the game's trying to get to where you're entering from. That makes sense. Health. Hello? You know what I'm not finding? A whole lot of boss souls. Oh, we have Nocturne. And Lens of Truth. And hover boots. Ah! I see. I see what the game wants me to do. Hang on a minute. Like, I have no boss souls. I have no hookshot. It's so weird. Please talk to me, Stone. I did get something from the Temple of Time, but I don't remember what it was. It was an item. So I currently have access to possibly some of this, maybe. And I have access to a bunch of the stuff in the graveyard. I have access to, yeah. Ah! I have access to a bunch of the stuff in the graveyard. I have done as much of Fire Temple as I can. Until I get the hook shot. There's, yeah, that was dangerous. Okay. All right. How is that all the warp songs? Okay. How's it going? Flavor? I hope you're doing well. Ah, Shadow Temple keyring. Nice, nice, nice. Nice and early. I like to see it. It would be great if I could find the door. And it wasn't because I'm lost. It's more so because I, wait, what? It wasn't because I was lost. I just thought that it was next to me. Wait, hang on. I need to make sure there's no pots over here. Man, it would be really great if I had Bigoron sword. Rude. No! Let me go! No! No, that was silly of me. Excuse me, no touchy. Ah! Oops. Well, heck you, I guess. Ooh, we also have bottom of the well. I love how many of the non... is this gonna be like a 100% dungeon game? Because I feel like this is starting to turn into a 100% dungeon game. Because I have done Ice Cavern, I have Iron Boots that are at the Ocarina of Time location. I have, you know, a variety of, yeah, other things. I've got bottom of the well that I've got to probably still check. Bet you that's where all my souls are. Just sitting in the bottom of the well. I don't think that this is technically in logic because I don't think that I'm supposed to have the speed required to get through the entryway. I bet you hookshot is in bottom of the well. Can you stop? I can't. Okay, whatever. You can't get in here with just hover boots? Okay. I don't know if I can do this. Oh my god, this is all bad. What is happening? Why am I failing at this? There we go. Okay, I'm still not supposed to be able to get this item because I don't have the hook shot. Ooh! So glad I broke logic just to get nuts. Have a good night, Eden. Take care of yourself. And to be fair, I have no idea how long this run is even going to, like, how long this run is gonna take. But it's definitely not gonna be short. Can you provide a counter argument to that theory? Wait, can you just grab the top of the thing? What's the counter argument? Yes. Come on. Go away, skeletons. Have a boost to grab onto the taller one. Huh. Excuse me. Nope. No bats allowed. Rude. Rude? I mean, that probably saved me from getting the big suck. Just look for the glowing eyes in the background. And then you got the bats. Still no hook shot. Still no hook shot. Rude. Do 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 do. I'm a gamer. It does feel really good when you do something like exactly the way that you want to do it. Hey, Specky. I don't have block. I am not doing what I could do. Because I know that there's a chance that you can just backflip onto the thingy. I mean, maybe I can try it. Nope, nope, nope. That would be a really complicated trick. No, we don't have strength. No. No strength, no hook shot. I could try. I tried. Oh wait, hang on, I can try again, because I'm here. Darn, hang on. I got lots of health. I wanna try, see if I can figure out the timing. Darn, nope. Okay, whatever. No biggie. Well, I guess we're skipping all those chests and we're going this way. Excuse me. Thank you. It's a little easier at the... Oh, I didn't even think about the edges. The fact that it's shorter. Yes, that would have been smart. I can't. I can't get into the room to the right or out of this room. Oh, okay, well. I don't, okay. Don't touch me! Thank you. I'm coming back. No panic. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my god, I'm a gamer! Ah, stress! Well, there was nothing really good in here. There is a spider in here somewhere, though. I do need that. Hello? Bye. You're a little too high. Maybe? No, because there's no ledge. Ah, maybe. Hang on. Can I bomb jump this? No, because there's, yeah, hang on. Why do I keep doing that? I'm gonna lose my mind. No! Come on! I was so close! Alright, it's fine. We can't do anything else here, though. We are stuck. Let's go become a child. We got a lot of things to do. No. We have to go fishing first. Because we might as well just do all the things that we can do as an adult, which is not much. Because we can't do anything in, we already know that the Colossus area, Desert Colossus, is junk. We got a hint for that earlier. And we also can't get into Spirit Temple as an adult because immediately we're hit with a solid gray block that we can't hit because, or we can't move because we are weak. Well, we've already gotten all this grass, I guess. Oh, we left the graveyard, though. And there was stuff in the graveyard we could have done. I'm a goof. No birds, no birds, no birds, no birds. Excuse me. The birds are coming. I wonder if I even need to take care of that bird. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! what? Well, heck me, I guess. Just sitting here in the... That's the second time I've seen that happen to a streamer who spent ages trying to find hookshot when he had beans the whole time. Hello, I need fish. No, I don't want fish. Can you... Is there a way to set fish to always be big fish? How do we make big fish? Quality of life. Fishing? Fishing. Hey, Rainbow Sprinkles. I'm not actually sure why it says puppy cam because there's currently well, I mean, technically, I guess she's right behind me, but I don't even know if you can see her. No. I do normally have puppy cam, to be fair. Under difficulty? Okay. I do normally have puppy cam, but my hard drive died, which took all of my streaming stuff with it, and I'm still setting everything up. So I don't actually have the camera plugged in at the moment. But yeah. I'm so sorry, Rainbow. I normally have puppy cam. It shouldn't say puppy cam because I don't have a functioning puppy cam. I'll have a functioning puppy cam the next time I stream, but my SSD exploded and took my programs and stuff with it. So here, I will show you what I mean by exploded. It's a big picture, so it's going to take up the whole screen. Oh god, I moved it off the screen. It blew up. So it's supposed to be flat across. Yeah, and then it shocked all of my other stuff with it, and now I have just me, my game, and my black BRB screen. Instant fishing? Guaranteed bite? Fish never escape? Oh my god. Skip keep confirmation. Oh my god, these are great. Okay, now I fish. Wait, what? Might want to change the minimum weights? Wow, what is this? Big fish? 6 pounds? No. What? Where's the big fish? We're gonna get this one because I want to make sure that it doesn't interrupt me when I get the good fish. Where's the other fish? Please grab fish. Yeah, this is the big boy. 12 pounds? Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen one that big. I always see it at 10. 21? Hang on a minute. Was that 21? Welcome to this here. Aw, thank you, Rainbow. All right, we have gotten all of the items here for now. Now, we need to become a child again. I already forget if you were inside at the time, but might need to re-enter and leave to re-trigger it, or you can set minimum weight as low as possible. I forgot what you are saying. Like, I read it, and my brain did not comprehend. Like, mentally, I read the words, and my brain was like, out. Alright, we have... Oh no! I wanted to go to the graveyard! Oh my god. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Okay. Oh no! I still haven't done the box. Phrasing. Wait, what was phrasing? Fish settings. You may have been able to set every fish to big enough. Like the song? There's like some Eden inputs that is really helping me. I'm not gonna lie, I would have shot like multiple things in a row, but because there's like some delay, I'm getting helped. Okay, I'm pretty sure that this other song is garbage. I'm pretty sure we got a hint for it, but I can't remember if it said that Redens protect a green rupee, and that was the green rupee that they protect, or what? But yeah. Jump. Oh, no, it's bombs. Okay. There are other fish settings, including minimum weight requirements to get the prize. You can set it to super low. Oh, okay. I see. I thought that was the, when it said like minimum weight, I thought it was like the minimum weight of the fish, and I wanted the minimum weight to be not. Yeah. Why am I here? I'm here for something. I know why I'm here. And I'm gonna talk to this. Wait a minute. No, we're not. Are you going for 100%? It feels like it. Oh my gosh, rainbow sprinkles. I have so many things I have to do in this game. I found out that my... Oh, heck. I found out that my, Iron Boots is on the Ocarina song. Hello. Talk to me. Tell me your name. Wait, what? I thought I didn't get the item. Wait, what did you give me? Hello? You didn't give me something before. I haven't talked to you yet. Do I have to be an adult? Excuse me. Talk to me? You not talk to me? Fine. I don't want to talk to you either. You're rude. I haven't been in here yet either. Wow! What garbage! Cutting some grass near a lake reveals a blue rupee. I wonder which lake that could be. Why is this kid bothering me? I went up to this roof to avoid people. Maybe it's because I have a bunny ears. I'm gonna go talk to him again. You can't get away from me! Man on the roof! I want the item you have! Excuse me. It's so... I love the speed of the ladder climb. Give me your item! What do you want from me? I don't know what you want. I am so confused. No! That was an accident. How did I manage to jump right in the well? I don't think I've been trying to jump in that well multiple times before. I've never been able to do it, but now, perfect time. 10 out of 10 landing. Bombs, don't need those. Hi, would you like to hear the Song of Storms? See, the interesting thing is I wonder if anyone has ever come into here as a child before and like played the ocarina and listened to his song, because like if you listen to the song, right, it plays it. I wonder if people have ever just accidentally run across Song of Storms before becoming an adult in the game, and then yeah. Oh man, okay, this is where we're gonna find like 4 boss souls. I guarantee it. Okay, or an infinite bomb bag. Perfect time, because I need to use so many of them. Mad skills is how. Mad skills. Ooh. Green rupee. Hello, chest. I see. Wait, what does our frogs have? Again? They have something. Was it a scale? Zora scale? Oh, good, a green rupee. Yeah, okay. Bring it on, Spider-Man. Ooh, I want those seeds. Hang on, I can't see. Recovery heart? Okay. No. I hear bats. Go away. That was for the last time that I fought against you and you were rude. I really want salt and vinegar chips right now. Like, out of nowhere, I just had the most insane vinegar craving ever. But like, not the normal salt and vinegar chips that I normally have. No Pringles, no Lay's. Specifically Old Dutch potato chips. Like, out of nowhere. Take care, Scarth. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, Rainbow Sprinkles. I hope that you just chugged that. Yeah, it's a family-friendly chat, so be careful. The mods will delete swears. But yeah, gosh, I just love salt and vinegar chips. I don't know why. It's the vinegar, though. Like, vinegar is amazing. Hello? These immediate bats. I don't want... No. No. We are not even going to contemplate being lit on fire. Nope. Goodbye. How old is Old Dutch? Like 5 years in the cupboard? No, no, no. The brand. It's so good. Gosh, I just, yeah. Keys? No. Still a recovery heart. All right, so now we need to fall down some holes. This one we don't have the boulder shuffled though. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Do we go fight the boss first? So I'm running around in circles because I'm thinking where the best hole to fall down is. And I feel like it's gotta be the one in the middle. No, because that leads me to freestanding items. Not, it leads me to freestanding items, not the grass. But I also have bombs, so I don't think it really matters. Wow, we have 30 sticks. Sometime recently, we must have gotten, what's it called? Sometime we must have gotten a stick upgrade. Can we please, with the Z targeting? Oh. I have the wrong stuff. Get back here. No. You love your vibe? Oh, I'm really glad. Uh-oh. Hello? Bring it on. Yikes! That was actually really close. I almost didn't escape that one. Hello. Bring it on. This is it. The last hit. As soon as I figured out how to... Wait, it's not. Yeah, take that. Excuse me. Where is it? What? I know it's right here. There we go. Wow, bombs. I've seen an awful lot of people playing Final Fantasy X and X-2. Yes, I knew it. Here's one soul. One of the souls. I said there was gonna be 4. Here's 1. We got Goma. Yeah, take that, Goma. You're about to be hecked. Ah! Whiff Central. Wow, how dare you? All right, we go in the middle, and then we don't go in the middle. No. We go by Spider-Man, but not this Spider-Man. We go by the other Spider-Man. No. We drop here. Yeah, look at all these pots. Ooh. Aw, I thought I would. When I saw the camera start to turn, I was like, here's another boss soul. But no, it was just silver scale. So gold scale is on the frogs. So we either have to get all the songs to get the frogs to then get into Water Temple, or we have to go and get, yeah, oh man, all of this is bad. Can I just get something good, please? Ooh, there's my key ring. Bottom of the well key ring. Nuts. That was a nut capacity upgrade. Bye-bye. Oh my god! We finally have our first strength upgrade! How long have I been streaming? 5 hours and 57 minutes. 1 hour of which I was yapping. So, 4 hours into the scene, by the way, we're finding our first lift upgrade. Nice! arrows. Maybe, questionably. I don't actually know. What is this? What? Okay, I called this one. This one I called, okay? I said there was a hook shot in bottom of the well. I said that, okay? I said that. Oh my gosh, yes, please don't. No! I was like, what? How did I find a key ring here? That's not for this dungeon, that's for Forest Temple. That shouldn't make any sense. I don't have key sanity on. But it's an ice trap. Hey, Massive, I hope you're doing well. Where's the rest of my boss souls? Listen, okay? I said there was gonna be boss souls, and I'm feeling like this is a lie. I think that there's like a command for the browser version that I had, but that might have gone also with the with all the other things that broke when my hard drive died. So no, I think it was like !subscribe, and I'm pretty sure that we did that. But I'm pretty sure that there is a command for !subscribe, but it's the old one. Actually, nope. Turns out that yeah, I figured that one, like that change has happened within the last 3 years, so I was pretty sure that that was not gonna work, but I figured it would at least have the old command, but I guess not. Yeah, good old hard drive problems. What? I just got Deku seeds, arrows, and more arrows. Yay. Well, hello? I'm pretty sure that this is the, oh, nope. We need this. We don't need this. We need the other one. We're gonna go on the other side. I don't want to deal with that. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Yes, you're in the well. Well, would you look at that? Okay, there's grass in here. Wait, what? What? Why are the pots normal? What happened? Excuse me. What? Oh, God. Yo, I'm a gamer? I guess that's why. I guess attacking pots don't count as real pots. You saw that coming? No. Uh-oh. Quick, hide. Haha. All right. We have bets. We don't want bets. No. Ah! Ah! Yo. Yo. Gamer. Yo. Gamer. Still. Meow. That was... I was supposed to go against the wall. I did not go against the wall. I'm a goof. Hello, just, you know, I was just making... I wanted to make sure that I got every single one of these pathways. This is 100% intentional. I did not make a mistake. I'm just following and checking all of the paths, because, like, I went down the other ones, but I didn't go down this one, so, you know, just had to double check. That was, yep. Where are we going? All right, this time, bats and bombs. Excuse me. Goodness. What happened? No. Oh, there's a pot there. Hang on. Wait, are those fancy? I can't tell. I don't know if those are like the good nuts. I don't know why I'm sitting here going, should I pick that up? No. No, as a matter of fact, I shouldn't because I have infinite ammo. Excuse me. Hello. Oh no! What am I doing? I don't have boomerang, but I got myself some skills. Ah! That's not skills! Please give me my shield back. Thank you. Oh man, that was unexpected. Well, well, well. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. I have an infinite magic. Oh, this is basic nuts. Wait, what? Can I just walk this way? Okay, well. This dungeon's rude. Also, welcome in, Dragon Guardian. I panicked and I ran into a hole. I don't want this place anymore. It's dumb. I'm going back to it. I'm going to Lake Hylia. Oh my god. Well, we have at least some gauntlets. And by gauntlets, I mean bracelets. The power bracelets. The basic lift upgrade. We gotta go fishing. There's something else we need. Grass. Lake Hylia. Not Lake Hylia. The opposite of Lake Hylia. Which is Hyrule Castle. This is like the opposite side of the map. Not because it's like, yeah. No. I don't want it to be dark. Ah, heck. It's gonna be dark. Let me up. No, because it's the opposite side of the map. Look, no. It makes sense, okay? It makes sense. Look at the map, okay? Okay, so you see Lake Hylia? The big square, right? Directly north, Hyrule Castle. The opposite. So, whoop. Yep. Hello. I want to fish. Yes, I fish. Are you fish? Wow, you baby fish. 4 pounds. Sure. I'll keep it, I guess. Because, yeah. Fish. Ooh, fish. Big fish. Look at that. 10 pounds. Yes, I would like to keep it. Twinrova and Goma. So, the Dongo's Cavern. We still don't have the Dongo, which is what we need to beat that. Oh, you know what else we haven't done? The Gold Skulls. Okay, we're running fast. Faces past. No, it's walking fast. I'm sorry. Making my way downtown, walking fast. You know what I didn't? You know what I remembered and then forgot? And then now I've remembered again? I wanted to add Linkin Park to my karaoke list, but I forgot. And now I'm gonna forget again because it's gonna be after stream. And I'm gonna have forgotten by then. I still need to reinstall my karaoke software. I need 30. I'm at 25. Oh god, I still need 5 more. I don't know what you expect from me, Jack. You know that I don't have a very good memory. Hello, please talk to me. Yes, I would like to come with you, please. Open sesame. See, it's my skill. That's pure skill. Not luck, it's not guaranteed to be at the same time every day. What do you mean X? Press an X to doubt? Oh my god, you can use a sword in here. Oh, what? Oh my god, a recovery heart? Oh, can you imagine? What if there's something in here that's a soul? Can you imagine how goofy that'll be? Thankfully, so far, it looks like there's nothing important. No! What? You found the way of the zero! The sub-zero! We got an ice trap. Ah! Wow. Arrows. Ooh! We have not done the bomb tube bowling game, but don't worry. We have the ability to part the chickens. So you watch. Cutting edge technology right here. Oh boy, we're winning bombs. Totally worth. That's too far. This might be too far, but I'm not sure. Okay, no, we're gaming. All right. Chickens, move! Out the way. Stay out of the way. No. Oh, God. That chicken butt is so big. Stay. Stay. Don't you dare! Yeah, see? Skill. I command the chickens. What do you mean, boo? Excuse me? Rude. Do you want to play again? Yes, please. What can I win? Wow. 20 bucks. Listen, I'll win my money back. Or part of my money back. We're gaming? Alright. Excuse me? Why are we so slow? Come on. Also, I think Scarth went to bed, but I don't think I said goodnight. Look at that! Look at how I clearly, perfectly aimed that around that chicken, and that was not complete luck. Bad skills. Stay. Ah, see? The chickens just listen. Also, thank you so much, Massive. Wait, what did that just say to me? That I won? 20 what? Ooh, I need it to be nighttime. I need the treasure chest game. I need the treasure chest game. Is there anything? Yeah, there's stuff I need in Kokiri Forest. Okay. Dark elixir. Oh, nice. I wonder what I win if I get a dark elixir. I think I win science. Where am I going? I said where I was going before I left the village, and I'm going in a specific way. So, oh yes, Kokiri Forest, yes. Why was I going into Kokiri Forest? Oh, the target in the woods. Oh, I am gonna add Lincoln Park to the karaoke list. Yeah, that is also true. Listen, okay, I'm not very smart. I don't know what you expect from me. Oh, we also can fight Goma. But if I don't do this first, I'm gonna forget after I go do Goma. So I gotta do this now. All right. Imagine this be a lift upgrade, and we've had access to lift upgrade for like 100 years. No, just nuts. Okay. Well, heck. All right, let's go fight Goma. Hang on, I need my sticks. We need a couple sticks along the way because we've used a few, and we're not probably coming back here for a bit. Can I play while in the escape menu? Yes, I can. Hang on. I'm trying to pull up the tracker. Nope. Where's the oh, check tracker. Aha! Wait, those are the settings. I don't want the settings. Here we go. Toggle check tracker. Whoop. Okay, this guy needs to go away. Hey, Grandma Gusta! Not to be creepy, but you're super cute and endearing. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that people think that I am cute. I do not feel cute a lot of the times, but I appreciate the fact that people are. Yes, I don't think it's creepy. Hey, Yura. isn't about how you feel. This is science. What? My shield! I'm so upset! I messed it up because I tried to do the shield thing and then I couldn't because I didn't have the shield equipped because I unequipped it because of this stupid thingy. Go away. Oh my god. Hello? What are you doing? I'm dying. Oh my god. This is the worst Goma fight I've ever had in my life. Do, 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 do. Yay! A green rupee! Woo! Well, that was 41 out of 42 checks. And this one is my 42 check. So now we have the light medallion. Congrats! All right. So, by the way, we have checked 615 out of 1,008 checks. So, I'll pick up the ones that I have not picked up yet, that I do know are things. Like, are not thing. Or not, yeah. Brain, please. There is a grass piece here that is 50 bucks. Okay, so we have that. We have the hook shot. We have the long shot. Okay. Skull Kid we can't do because we don't have Saria's song. I think we're okay on checks as a child. I don't think there's anything else I can do right now. Ooh, we're halfway there. I think we're good. We killed Goma. We got the item from the thingy. I need to go to the graveyard as an adult. Because there's like 10,000 things there. Oh. Treasure chest game. Ah, it's fine. We don't need treasure chests, right? Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back so that you guys can do the treasure chest game, okay? Here's what we're gonna do. Alright, chat. Get your guesses in the chat. We do a treasure chest guessing game. I have the lens of truth, so I'm gonna see it. You're going to type in L for left, R for right, and you get 5 letters. So, guess which of the patterns it's gonna be. Okay, so we have some LR, LLR, we have LLR, LR, we have RRR, LR, and RR, LLR. We have a variety. Someone's doing right, left. Okay, left, right. Okay. We have literally the opposite of the last one. All right, I'm gonna go right, left, right. Just for the memes. I just need it to be nighttime, and I don't have Sun Song, so we're waiting. You think that's all the combinations? It'll be right, left, right, or something like that. Just to be like one off for me. Everyone else is thinking him is cute. I was not aware of this. Whoa. It tells me. It tells me that I've gotten 2 locations from Hyrule Castle. And one of them is the Bongo Soul, and the other is a bottle with a Poe. So yes, I did have a bottle with a Poe, but apparently the song I got from Impa for just starting the game was Bongo Soul. So I actually already have the, oh no, the bottle with the Poe was from Great Fairy Reward. Hang on. Sorry, I just need to grab this real fast. Because I didn't realize that there was the Storm's Grotto over here that I did not do. How goes the ship, Saku? So far, so good. I have to basically do the entire seed. Everything. The entire game. Yep, fast climb. So we have Storm's Grotto grass. And then there should be pots in here. Looks like you yeeted your way up there. I'm pretty quick. Where be pots? There be pots. Deku nuts. Arrows. Okay, wow. All right, cool. What a great area this is. Please kick me out so that I don't have to walk all the way back. Hey, you! Stop! You! Get over there! Goodbye! You want to confirm the Bongo Soul from an in-game menu? Yes, sure. We have treasure chest game. What is happening? My lungs are like, no. Open the chest as a surprise. We got a door key. All right, starts off with right. All right. Right. If your first guess was right, you are so far right. If your second guess was left, then you are right. If your third guess was right, then you are right. Man, it's looking awfully good for me right now. If it's left, no, it's right. Heck. Rip. That's everyone. Yep. So what was it? Right, left, right, right, left. And what do we win? $5. All right. It was a good guess. Congrats on your 5 rupees. And the sense of accomplishment. Alright, we're going to go back to the Temple of Time. And we're going to become an adult. And then... yeah. Also the sense of good riddance that's done. I did get scammed. I paid $10 to play that game. I got $5 back. Go to the quest status screen? What is the quest status screen? I have... Oh, wow. Yeah, I do have Bongo Bongo Soul. King Dodongo Soul, no. Baronade Soul, no. Phantom Ganon Soul, no. Morpha Soul, no. Ganon Soul, no. Oh, by the way, I shoveled Ganon Soul into the pool, so we can't even beat the game until we find Ganon Soul, which is even, like, possibly could be later than, you know how there's, like, a light arrow hunt at the end of the game? Well, haha, just kidding, you gotta find out where Ganon is, too. You come to hate it? Wait, you've come to hate what? Excluding, the Treasure Chest game? Chat learns Ganon Soul has been shuffled. Also, Saku learns Ganon Soul has been shuffled. The Treasure Hunt game. I bet Twinrova holds Ganon Soul. See, that would be smart, right? Like, that would be lore-wise, that would be pretty great. I don't know why I'm walking. I'm literally going to the graveyard. I could just warp there. Hang on. No. We can't. We have to go for central grass. Apparently, oh god! Go away! There's grass somewhere I missed. Go away! I don't have time for you. No, there's grass somewhere. Central grass. Where does one find central grass? It's not this one. That was $200. I know that one's not it. Excuse you? There's a ghost? In the center? The grass is so weird. I can't see it half the time till it just pops into existence. Maybe central grass is up there. Like up here. Saku talking in some kind of code? No! I'm looking for grass. I have a professional lawn mowing business. Link's Lawn Care Service that I have to go and complete some client orders. And the current client order is grass, central grass. So I apparently there is central grass somewhere. Oh, in front of lawn? Okay, thank you. Off we go! Off we go! Do 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 do. Sorry, Tess! Thank you so much for the 420 minis. Where's the grass? I don't see grass. Hello? Isn't this in front of Lawn? But I've gotten all these ones. Maybe there's another grass? Why does it say that I'm missing grass? I feel like I'm being lied to. I don't see any missing grass. Those grasses are done too. Am I crazy? What's happening? Maybe there's grass over here? Hello? Has anyone touched some grass lately? Maybe it's over here. Maybe there's grass over here. Hello? Are there any grass? Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I have to keep my bow out on my... Yes, because... Yeah. Okay, keep an eye out. Maybe there's... Oh, yes! I found the central grass! I feel like I've spent 2 weeks cutting grass. Oh no. I'm sorry that you had so much lawn work. Oh, look at all these checks. Oh man. We got some central grass. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Last time I did DK64 rando for an AP, an enemy waddled to the edge of the water, died from it, and their drop clip through the world was great trying to reach him. Oh no! Let me tell you about this one time I played Subnautica rando, and I accidentally picked up one of the items I needed to read, and then yeeted it through the wall. And then was never able to get it again and had to reset the game. Ah! Never a dull moment. Okay. I wonder if you can't, you intentionally can't grab that item or that ledge so that you can't just jump up there. Get the pots. Yes! Sun song! Oh, right in the graveyard too. Because now we can just go across to the other grave and check that at the same time. Hey, neighbor's love. Ooh, there might be a thing to like make hang on, is it like everything you only need to do once? I hope so. Oh, whatever. We're just gonna try it and see what happens. Okay. Ah! Wait, why am I rolling? I have the bunny hood. They see me rolling. They hating. Ah! Excuse me. Oh, nope, dodging. I can't go too fast because I've once gotten ahead of Dompe and ran into the door. Hello? Ran into the door and it wouldn't actually let me go through the door and zoned me out because it thought the door crushed me. Hi. Wow. Green rupee. Wow. 2 green rupees. No! That was close. That was a lot closer than I would have liked that to be. Oh, man. If the game crashes on the same frame as pickup, it'll flag the check but lose the item. Oh, that's horrifying. Excuse me, I need the chest. Wow, bombs. All right, that's literally everything in the graveyard. The good thing is we now can get through a bunch of Forest Temple, and we can probably clear the rest of Spirit Temple. By Spirit Temple, I mean not Spirit Temple. I meant specifically Shadow Temple. We're so fast. I love it. Gosh, I just love the speed thing of the, like, the zoom on the walls. When we were first testing out, like, bit races for Ocarina of Time, it was really funny having the, what was it called? When you would get shrunk in size, when you would turn into Minish Link, the amount of speed that you were moving on the wall was, like, it was based on your size. So, yeah, it was so funny. So because when you got squished down to itty bitty, you would climb the vines really slowly because you were just so tiny. Ooh. Wow, early Forest Temple keys. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hang on a minute. Seems fine. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Okay, Kippa. Ah! What? Kippa, I trusted you. And it called me a loser. Bullied. Ooh, piece of heart. Nice. Nice. Hello. 27. Perfect. We need 30. 30 is the max that I set the gold skull rewards to, I think. Maybe, questionably, I don't actually know. Go away. Go away. Go away. No. Baronade! I found the soul for Baronade. Would you look at that? Wow. No touchy. Baronade, it's like lemonade, but... Actually, I'm gonna take that back. I don't want any of that. I don't even want the implication of that. I'm good. Let's back up. $28. Wait, I don't have the... No, I don't have the iron boots. That's okay. I have a hook shot. And by a hook shot, I mean long shot. Hey! I hit this button twice, apparently. Ow, my legs. Excuse me. What's the face for, Espen? Wow! Infinite quiver! Oh, ho, ho. Infinite arrows! Wait, can I shoot this guy? No. Okay. Hello, you're my last guy here. Can I please have 30? Oh, wait, what? 29? Apparently I can't count either. Oh. Who needs to remove any enemies from here when we can just... Oh, hang on. I have to actually go to the right. I don't know why, I just find that so amusing. Hello? Come back here. Okay. No, thank you. I still need one skull token. This one. Aw, thank you. Oh, I can just use arrows. I don't need to worry about... I have both infinite magic and infinite arrows. Let's just use the ice arrows on everything. Fire arrows on everything. Yeah, fire. Yeah, perfect. Ouch. Boop, 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 boop. Keep on pushing, keep on pushing. My tummy hungry. But I do guess it's like 5 in the morning, so... I whiffed! Go away. Haha. I don't need to worry about my ammo or anything. It's so great. Oops. Alright, let's keep going. So that is 660 checks out of 1008. Trying to think of like where the most checks would be. It obviously must be Ganon's Castle, right? Like Ganon's Castle I feel like has to have the most locations in the game when like you combine what I have like shuffled. Does have a lot? Yeah, I really wonder how much it would be. Like it's Forest Temple says it has 34. Whoops. I can't see. Oh, they probably are weak against nuts. I keep forgetting about that. I could probably use nuts to deal with them. Yeah, but I don't get infinite nuts. Maybe I do. I don't actually know. Hello, I can't see. Because you are in the way. Hello, you. Nope. Well, bam! PZ, PZ. You know, there was somebody who made a comment on one of my YouTube videos. It was like, I almost unfollowed because you said SMZ3 instead of SMZ3. Or something like you're lucky you're funny or something like that. You can get infinite nuts? Really? Oh man. I wonder, I like, cashews, pistachios. Oh man, so many choices though. Winding hallway. I don't have the right stuff out. Yeah, you're cute. Ah, rude. Goodbye. Actually, maybe it drops arrows. All right, we're about to fight against the Stalfos Knights again. Hello. Yeah, I can't really deal with you while you're in the hole in the ground. Goodbye. Stone of Agony. Nice. I don't actually remember if I stored my damage before. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's a yes. 10 Deku Nuts and 1 green rupee. Oh. Because I have Stone of Agony, it now shows me whether these are good or not. Yes, that's right. Nice. Well, you picked that setting? Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. I love how I'm like hitting this thing with the fire arrows. Maybe I can actually get this guy right off the bat. Nope. And 3. Easy. And it is trash. Yeah. All right, we got 26 out of 34 items in here. We don't have Phantom Ganon Soul, so unless we, you know, get lucky. We gaming. Get this pot. And this pot. And it's garbage. Soul of a Phantom. Yes. Yes, it would be Soul of a Phantom and not Soul of Phantom Ganon. No, actually. I think this, like, I just saw this hallway warp in, or morph in front of my eyes. I probably could have went for the second one. Because I didn't have to wait for the cutscene. A bullet bag, that's more stuff. A stick in that. Okay. So, the items we have left are basement chest. There's 3 items. Oh, yeah, basement chest and the Phantom Ganon. And then... Yeah. Then the prize from the dungeon is 1. 1, 2, 3. Push that all the way in. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What's your schedule? Normally, when my computer isn't dying, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, between, heck. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 9:30 or 10 p.m. until whenever I decide to go. Sorry, there was a lot happening, and my brain could not handle. I love the fire explosion from the fire arrows. Get these into the right position right off the bat. One more. PZ. Of course you love fire. We're aware. What's that mean? Are you implying something, Kippa? Are you implying something? Hey, Shinny. I hope you're doing well. Hey, what? That was not the way. If by implying you mean straight up accusing you again of being a pyromaniac, then no, of course not. But you have to add allegedly in there. This is the last one. The last skull. A bit stressy. I'm sorry you're stressing, friend. I think this way. Okay, we've now got the buttons and everything in the dungeon checked except for the boss. So we'll save and then we'll leave. We'll go to Nocturne area. Because we can complete Shadow Temple. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Zoom, 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 zoom. Skulls too? Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I'll have to remember that when I leave this dungeon. Ooh. This guy is in my face. And I'm shocked that I didn't get hecked by it. Also, no bugs, please. Ah! No, the game keeps giving spiders. And I think it's rude. Hello. Goodbye. You pressed a button. Wait, what'd you do? You got family asking about my moving plans since my wife and I are planning moving. That I appreciate the enthusiasm. It's just hard for me to talk to them about it. Yeah. I hacked myself. Darn. I probably should have just pulled out the lens of truth because I didn't actually make myself a nice save point. So I have to walk all the way back, but it's fine. Ah, the emo button. Ah. The emo's just showing buttons, not pushing buttons. But yeah, I know what you mean about being like overwhelmed with questions and stuff like that. Especially like I've been working, like everybody's been familiar with what's been happening with my computer, and it's been really hard because a lot of people are trying to help, but the problem is that I don't actually, like, I've already got stuff going on trying to like install and do and everything else all, and like a lot of people are trying to give me suggestions, but also at the same time it's something that I can't really get into because I'm just so focused on trying to repair my stuff. I mean, the thing is I ask for help, right, when I need it. So, but it's just, it gets overwhelming when it's just a lot of people that are giving me opinions and stuff. Oh, whoops. Why did I take that out for the hook shot? I love how this bat came from nowhere. He's just like beelining it for me. Ooh, bombs. Perfect. I also refuse because I have a 0. See, the thing is I'm not, like, I appreciate all the help and everything else, but it's just, it gets overwhelming when it's a lot of people and I've got so much to do because, like, I am rebuilding all of my files from scratch, so it's hard. Oh no, no, no! Ooh. That's a problem. I think these are off sync. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, and it's possible, right, that the power, right, caused a short. I don't really know what happened, but like with 100% accuracy. But I do know that it's a little frustrating that I lost so much. I say a little frustrating, but that's an understatement. But I'm trying to stay positive. There's still a chance that I might be able to get the files back, and that it doesn't cost me $20 billion. Yo-ho, the boomerang! Nice! And the big key. Nope, 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 nope. I'm sad that the enemy pots are not also checks in this. Don't you want our help? You're already helping. You know, it, like, as silly as it might sound, it actually, being able to stream in general helps, because being able to chat with all of you and hang out and whatnot, it really helps my mental health. It's nice to just play some games, hang out and talk and chat and yeah, do goofy things. Oh yeah, because the cutscene. Oh my god! Oh my god! What happened? Excuse me, do you mind? Goodbye. I may not have been far enough back. Okay, there we go. Now I should be at the right time, right point. Wait, what? Why is it slow now? And then it was so fast before. What happened? Hello? Please go away. Please no. Goodbye. Okay. Perfect. Oh, because we're here like that. Oh, okay. That's why you just have to stand in the middle, I guess. Oh man, you know what I'm so excited for? I'm so excited to fight Dark Link with like 20 hearts. And double defense, and then no Bigoron sword. It's my favorite thing. Gonna have such a great time. This is gonna be 10 out of 10. Trying to think of like, what locations do I have yet to do in this dungeon? Oh, hi. Oh. Excuse me. I need all the things. All the things. So far, I'm not getting all the things. I think this is the pot room. I don't think there's anything in here. But I don't know if these are considered pots. So I'm gonna assume not. Goodbye. Oh, there's pots in here. Get back here. No, you don't. There's an invisible hand that was trying to crawl towards me. Wow. So then what's left? Right? Ever want to run 100%? You're doing it? One time my dad was working on a drive issue for a city system, and an IBM tech he was working with mistakenly reinitialized the entire storage array. No! Oh, that does not sound good. There's 4 locations left here. And I'm not sure which, like, the 2 boss ones. Oh, there's pots at the boss door. There's pots at the boss door. Yes, 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 yes. I wanted to know if you needed a hand leaving. Yes. Always. Hey, I want to watch. Dunk. All right, one there. One there. We need this. And can we do this? No, it'll automatically do that. Okay. All right. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Hey, I said no cutscenes. It doesn't like... Oh, excuse me. Oh God, run! Run! Why is this taking so long? I would really like it if I could, Oh God. You know, this is a lot easier to do without hover boots. Goodness. This is the boss soul that I got at the very beginning of the game that I didn't know about. Do 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 do. You know, I was gonna do a button press on my Stream Deck, but I don't actually have my Stream Deck installed, so there's no button press. I was gonna put a command in the chat for the different like platforms I have for like my YouTube channel, my VODS channel, and the social media stuff, but I don't actually have I think I have to type it out manually. Well, we have another dungeon complete. Shadow Medallion. So... Infinite air of Bongo, turn him into a porcupine? Alright, you know what we can do? We can go become a child and complete Jabu. Because we still need the iron boots. You know what we can also do, though? That might be better. Might be GTG. But I'm pretty sure that Jabu is at least one of these. Forest Temple. Oh yeah. Spirit Temple. Dodongo's Cavern. Wait, maybe Jabu's not. Really? So then it's just Water Temple. Oh man. Can we get lucky like this? Oh my gosh, 2 medallions. One is water. The water medallion is the water medallion, but Jabu is then the spirit medallion. If Jabu is the spirit medallion, then it's possible that if the water temple is really nice and puts the big key or the key ring somewhere really nice, we might not need the iron boots. Maybe. The Snorlax reminded me of the last Pokemon AP I did. I grabbed a Sableye with a Wonder Guard. Oh man. It has no weaknesses in that game. Off we go. All right. Win and restart? What? No? Oh, did you just say win and restart? Sorry, you weren't talking to me. Yeah. I realized that after it took me a sec, because Sableye, yes. Okay. Jabu time. And we don't really need the chicken right now. I ran into it before on a trainer. I was like, ooh, I want one myself. How did you beat it? Like, if it was on a trainer, how did you end up beating that trainer? I can't do that either. I need gold. I would need gold. You can use spikes and stuff. Can take environmental damage. Ah, that would be a long battle. Do. All right, off we go. Sada should also go through Wonder Guard if I recall correctly, like sleep and poison and other stuff. I mean, as long... Can you imagine, though, if that was on a gym leader? You think skulls hold Ganon? Oh, shoot, I forgot about that. Okay, let's find... You know, after we do Jabu, we go hand in the skulls. So there's 24 checks in Jabu. Sure. Somebody might have to remind me though, because I might forget. What do you... Rudo? Rudo? Excuse me? Oh, hang on. We gotta go down here first. Rude? Rude? This is like just straight up the boomerang room. Yo, more bomb shoes? Yo, more money. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Ooh, this is good, this is good, this is good. No, thank you. Meow. I gotta sneeze really badly. Okay, yep, there it was. I knew that I had to sneeze, I just couldn't, Yep. Is this Minuet? No, it's Saria's. No! No, I'm messed up. Epona's is my last song. That's so goofy. Haha, Rudo. No, thank you. All right, so about almost halfway through the checks in this dungeon, and most of the checks are actually in the boss room. There's so many pots. Do 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 do. Thank you for waiting, Rudo. Come on. Tyranitar? Tyranitar is pretty great. I wish that dragons were not as weak as they are in most of the games. I really love a lot of the dragon Pokemon. Like, really, really like them. But a lot of them have some pretty severe weaknesses. Go this way. Nice try. There we go. Now that's better. Excuse me. Don't forget the skulls. I will probably forget the skulls, but I'm not at the point where I'm not at the point where I actually can beat the boss yet. I still have to get through the dungeon. There's still a fair ways before I forget about the fact that I have to complete the skulls, which I will. Saku's been ignoring skulls for a bit, yeah. It's true. It's true. It's true. I'm so zoomy. Get them both. No. Darn. That one actually just came into range. Barely. Oh, it's not even in range. There we go. Don't forget the skulls. Skulls sounds like so high vote ignore. Can you imagine if like it's Phantom Ganon Soul? That'd be funny. I need to have this. Just hear like the faintest sound in the distance of Rudo. Oh no, what a shame. Oh, hello. I messed this up. I actually did mess it up, which is weird. And here I was being in a goof about being all confident and stuff, and then I messed up. Bombs 5, bombs 5, bombs 20. Okay. Okay, game. Sure, just give me all... Everything else is in the boss room now. Man, I could have some grilled cheese. I'm hungry, by the way, and now I'm starting to think about food. Grilled cheese. Normally you get hit and jump slash or stick without needing the need for the boomerang. No, you still have to use the boomerang. You just would just do it instantly. Don't forget skulls. Yes. Thank you. All right. I have to get all the things on Ah! I whiffed. Oh, what a shame. Oh, ma'am. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. I was supposed... I'm starting to worry. It's like I had cooked rice before stream. I'm like, I don't know if I closed the rice cooker. And now I'm worried. Please get up. No? There we go. Oh, I don't think I think I messed that up. I did that too early. Darn. Yeah. Can you please? I just wanna get the middle. Oh, there's still one. Sorry, I'm doing that intentionally because I wanted it to get up. The faster I take damage, the faster it gets up. Can you come back here, please? I don't know if you can actually burn rice even in water. Don't ask me how I know. You just don't mix it. How you burn rice? Don't mix it. Leave rice sitting at the bottom. Okay. Okay, game's funny. Game's hilarious. Get Morphosoul inside of Jabu. You basically put it right. You think about it. If an item sinks all the way to the bottom and it's hot enough, the temperature of the pot or whatever else is hot enough, then it's gonna burn what's on the bottom. Normally it's, yeah. Hey, Mernko. And also, you know, leaving it without having any water in, without having any water in your rice because it's already absorbed and, yeah. Don't forget skulls. Oh yeah, yeah. I was already forgetting. See, you wash rice and then you put rice in, put rice in a pot and then you fill that pot with water and then you give it one stir so that it's not sticking to the bottom of the pot. So there's water underneath it. That's what I do. Wow, $5. Green rupee. Wow. We're, and 20 bombs. Well, heck. Okay. Skulls were all junk. I burnt tomato soup. And I would say it was a long time ago, but as a matter of fact, it was about a week ago. So it's no excuse. It's not even I was young or whatever else. Nope. Bomb chew bag. Well, we can go to GTG soon. That'll be, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta channel your inner pyromaniac while cooking. I got a new stove recently, and it's an induction stove. because in Manitoba specifically, you either get an electric stove or an induction stove, but you don't get a gas stove. You would have to, you know, if you wanted a gas stove, you would have to get specialty people to come in and get like gas fittings for your house and stuff like that, because we don't have a lot of gas anything, basically. So yeah, so I got an induction stove, and because of that, I'm not familiar with how it cooks. Because it's way faster than what my old stove heats up. So what I would normally do is I would normally heat up the pot like a little bit, or I would turn on the pot a little bit while I grabbed the stuff together for soup or whatever else all. And it went from taking a long time to heat up to instantly heating up. So I can't really do that anymore. Roof Guy says that he's done. So I don't really know. Well, bomb chew bag. We have infinite bomb chews. I mean, I'm gonna check anyways, because it says that we still have a lot of... Oh no, it says we have 3 things. This is one of them. Chic in Kakariko is another one. And yeah. Oh no, I did that again. This is gonna be wild. How do I even do this now? I don't actually know what the proper way is that I'm supposed to be able to do this. Is there like anything to hookshot above it? I don't think so. Well, this is gonna be great. Ah, no! No. You know what? Heck it. I'm gonna just go back outside. I don't need the item, so it's fine. Oh, you normally get them from Dompe's grave? Oh, gross. Yeah, no. Okay, that's fine. We don't need that anyways. Well, then let's go over to... I think the fastest way to GTG is going to be to warp here and then to run over to... Yeah. Not Grave Song of Time block path leads to the top of the windmill. I always forget about that. I'm not gonna lie. I always like just jump out of there, and because I normally go in there without having Song of Time, so I just like leave. You know what? Heck it. We're going to GTD. I forgot we could technically get the sun check here, but yeah. Do. All right. Hyrule Field song from Ocarina of Time is Iron Boots. Tectite Grotto we can't do. Why am I slow? I need silver gauntlets badly. I'm trying to think. We don't have any of the We have Morpha. We can't do anything with Morpha yet. We need... At least, at minimum, we'll need either the gold scale or we need... What's the other thing? The iron boots. There we go. Which we don't have. So one of those two things will open up the entrance to Water Temple. Do 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 do. You know what song I have stuck in my head? Besides that one. Black Velvet. Please give me something good. Okay, well, you know what? I didn't want that anyways, I guess. We've got everything from Gerudo Valley, so now we're at Gerudo Fortress where there's 58 checks. Oh my god. Thought Black Velvet was always in your head? Pretty much. Yeah, that's fair. Ah, rude. Why is some of my inputs are being eaten? No. No. Thank you for the key. Just find all the rest of the stuff here at Gerudo Fortress. I didn't realize how valuable Gerudo Fortress was, but I guess, yeah, it makes sense. Fancy. Lots and lots of pots. Ooh. Inventory upgrade. Infinite bullet bag. Okay. Well, now we have infinite, whatever that thing is called. Slingshot ammo. We're gonna just have infinite ammo for everything soon. No, don't talk to me. I just want to bash my face into this crate. No, don't talk to me, please. Can't go up the sides. Satchel wasn't misspelled. It's not a satchel at all. It's called a bullet bag. Ah, that's what that was the stuff. That was what I missed. Do 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 do. Satchel. Excuse me, I need to go to somewhere else. Here? Oh, here's 2 pots. I think this is all the pots that's here. Yep. Let's go up this way. Oh wait, hang on. I don't I don't need to attack anybody. I've got yeah. Goodness, I'm still not getting any souls. Oh! Yo! We got the Rock's Feather! So now I can just jump on command? How to jump on command? I have no idea, but I can. I think I just equip it. Oh, bam! Look at that! Isn't it cool? Little tiny jumps. I'm going the wrong way. Wait, what? No? For some reason I thought that... What? No. I'm so confused. Is it this way? Okay. Sure, game. Maybe I'm meant to go this way, but I definitely thought this took me back out. Okay, sure, we'll go this way. I mean, we do have to come up here anyways, because there's that chest. But this is not where I was wanting to go. My legs. So we're at 28 out of 58 in Gerudo Fortress. I'm assuming that it must be counting GTG inside of here. Oh, wait. Unless there's like all those crates at the archery game. Hello? I know that I know this is where I have to be. I need to find... Archery place should have some check. Zuh. I feel like it has to have a lot of checks. Oh my god! No way! It's Ganon! Look at him, he's so tiny! Oh my god! He's cute little Ganon. Look at that, I could just put him in my pocket. Easy to kill that way. Oh man, I was worried it might be an ice trap. Oh man. I have to remember to what is it? 7 hours 46 minutes into the seed and I got or into the stream and I finally got Ganon. Also, ship on the same slot with others is great, especially with Ice Trap Onslaught. I love the ice traps. I love having a lot of ice traps. I oopsed and I was setting up these settings like really quickly because most of my effort into setting up stuff over the last couple days has been software and not games. But also I'm trying not to completely stress myself out as well. So yeah. Trying to take breaks every now and then. Oh. Is that the Rock's Feather? Yeah, it is. Oh, look, heart pieces so I can avoid them in the future. Darn. I tried. So there's still 8 locations in this fortress. So what did I miss? There must be a... Oh, it's gotta be the break room. No, we did the break room. It can't be GTG. Because it's 8 checks and not, like, even more than that. Is there stuff in Storm's Grotto here? Ah! There sure is! Well, now I figured out what my 8 checks are. Fairies. So, like, what is this? With all the random weird items, I've never seen a randomizer with some of these items. So this is Ocarina of Time. This has a unique item here in Ship of Harkinian that allows you to just jump randomly. It's not randomly, you have to press the button to do it. It has no effect on logic at all, but it's just a fun little thing to, you know, time your jumps or whatever else, all if you want to be precise. There's also souls. These are items that you'll need to pick up in order to find and fight bosses. So we have things like, you know, Goma's soul, Baronade's soul, Vivagia's soul, Morpha's soul, Bongo Bongo soul, Twinorova's soul, Ganon's soul. So if we go into the boss rooms for those bosses will show up. But if we go into King Dodongo's boss room or Phantom Ganon's boss room, it's just empty. There's nothing in there. And so in order to beat the game, you have to find the souls for the bosses that you need to kill in order to get access to the stuff. You recently watched a Majora's Mask rando where enemies were invincible until their souls were obtained? I actually played something like that. Nice. I actually played something like that a couple of weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? I think. Maybe longer. I just remember going into dungeons and the enemies not spawning. They weren't invincible. They just didn't spawn at all. So you walked into the room and then there was just nothing. So if it was something that you needed a boss for or whatever, or like, oh hey, it's Epona's song. We might be able to beat Water Temple, maybe. No! I was like, why is there a boss key? And then that's why there's a boss key. Yeah, it was recent. So basically what happened was I had enemy drops and enemy souls shuffled. So every single enemy in the game had to be killed. And the other thing is every single enemy in the game had a soul. So you had to find the soul. And then once you find the soul for those enemies, then you could go around killing all of those enemies to get the item drops. So every unique enemy had an item that would drop on the ground. It was over 1,899 checks, I think was the final total. I think this bronze means nothing good. But I'm still gonna pick it up because it's helping me keep track of how far I've gotten through the dungeon. So GTG actually has less checks in it than Gerudo Fortress. Blocks a lot of checks by virtue of the gold skull tokens. I don't think that I actually had... I'm pretty sure that the gold skulls actually had a separate thing and they were just on. Oh, you mean... But you mean in Majora's Mask. When hit KO shared HP with 2 other people, they got bottles early. I was not as lucky, so did 360 plus times. Oh, wow. Ouch. Yeah, we'll go this way. Oops. Yeah, I meant to go back in there. No. Nice! In the rando that I played with the enemy drops and whatnot, they didn't actually have gold skulls in the pool. They were a separate check. Or they never had the gold skulls gone. You could just pick them up. It was very nice. Why would bottles help in a one-hit KO? Yeah, because of fairies. Fairies make one-hit KO less of an issue. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, more garbage. And we can't go through the silver square block thing because we don't have silver gauntlets yet. So what we're doing is we're going to walk all the way over to here. Grab these. And then, oh no, we fell down! What could happen? Back up here. Because that was the door we entered through. And we didn't hit the ground in around the outside. So, yeah. Are these settings on normal site, or is there a specific C generator for it? This is through Ship of Harkinian. It's not the normal site or any website. It's the actual ship randomizer. Oh god. Oh, wow. That was nice. Grab this. Oh, nice. Grab some health because we're totally low. Can we get Bagoron sword, please? I imagine I'm here because of Kung Fu. I'm really glad she hosted you. We've played some Archipelago stuff together in the past too, on stream together. But yeah, Fu and I, I met through GDQ when I was hosting, multiple times. So it's been great having the ability to do like multi-worlds and stuff now together with people from the community. Who is awesome. Go, 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 go. Try to get as close as possible so I can get the Song of Time to get both blocks there, because I need them both. To be fair, I'm not able to do the check in the next room, but I do like setting this up just in case. Ooh. Go, go, go. Ah! Goodness, 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 goodness. Oh boy. Ship is a decompiler, or Ship is like not a decompiler. It's a program that has decompiled the game, and it does the same for your game basically, and allows you to randomize it. Why do you say that? Are you not able to leave your house? Rainbow? Well, yeah, I'm not saying it as like a bad thing. I'm just, yeah, correct? Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, I haven't been going to GDQs in the last couple of years. I'm Canadian, so it is complicated. We'll just say. You know how you just can't play Doom by itself? You need an engine to run it? This is like those, but for natively running Ocarina of Time on a PC with a built-in randomizer. I'm trying to think. It must be 4 or 5 checks remaining in this dungeon. So 17 out of 22 is 5, yeah. Okay, so we've got everything then that we can get in here. All right. I think we should go and check the location of where our water big key is gonna be. They want to invite. Do, 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 do. This was not where I wanted to go. I needed to become a child. And I meant to go to Temple of Time. I was pretty heavily against Ship for a very long time because I couldn't get my controller working on it. It was really frustrating for me because I was like, I have literally an N64 controller. I don't understand why it wouldn't work and whatever. But in like the most recent versions, like I just didn't want to be using a Windows, like let's say whatever, Microsoft controller or I didn't want to use a Microsoft controller or a PlayStation controller or whatever else on my computer to run, yeah, an N64 game when I had N64 controllers. So I waited until a version came out that actually like worked with my game or worked with my controller. You need a Switch controller for PC? I don't have... you know, I do have a Switch, like a Switch Pro controller. Is that what you mean? I do have a Switch Pro controller. But I'm so used to playing with Joy-Cons. It's hard for me now to swap to an actual controller. I keep biting my lip because it's like dry and it keeps like it's bothering me. But then I'm gonna like make my lip, like one spot on my lip all swollen. It's also probably because I am extremely anxious because I have this daunting, you know, oh hey, you have a hard drive that is possibly dead and whatever else all, and maybe they can't restore all the data and blah blah blah. That is perpetually in the back of my mind. Okay, so I think we only did Zelda's Lullaby, so we need to do Sun Song. We need to do Epona's Song, Saria's Song, Epona's Song, Saria's Song, and Song of Time. So Epona's Song, Saria's Song now. Epona's Song and Saria's Song. Do 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 do. Okay, Epona's Song is the last one. Alright, here we go. Now I gotta do this Ocarina game that I always mess up. Do 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 do. Dude. Oh heck. I just needed to figure out which order I needed to do things in. No, 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 I want to warp. No, go away. I want to warp away, please. I couldn't remember what the song was anymore. I've been playing so many songs. Yep. That's we had gotten the hint earlier when we stood on the rock or the log that that was gonna be, yeah, that was gonna be gold scale. Well, it said a progressive scale, but we had already gotten the ability to swim, which was the bronze scale, and then we just got the silver scale like I don't know, 3 hours ago. I only do that game with ships instant win, not gonna lie. I know the pattern. It's just like, I know the rhythm. I just needed the starting pattern because I was like, I know what things to play and which not. Yeah, words are there. They're hard. So bear with me. Also, I just want to make sure that I'm not silly and that I didn't set this to like 5 or something like that. I'm pretty sure I set it to 6, but I just want to double check. See, I used to do that frog mini game in the original one, and it was really tough. Like, really, really tough. But because I've done it so many times now, it's kind of like the same ingrained muscle memory into my brain as some of this other stuff is. What am I doing? I keep doing this where I don't just, yeah. I'm going to the water temple. I'm going to see if we can just beat the game. It is possible that we cannot beat the game, but we'll see. If we can't beat the game, we're still looking for 2 souls. Alright, gold skill allows us to dive. Before I do that, I'm going to go and do the lab dive just in case. Because if this gives us another soul or something, I'll just, yeah, it'll be funny. We also have the fire arrows check. And we have a few other things that we can do. Well, that was junk. Adult fishing. The sun, the shooting the sun is the most important thing to get to fast because it's going to be rising soon. What? What about fish sanity? Hey, Haru! Come on, good luck for Saku. Yeah, Saku needs some good luck right now. Saku's been having a rough couple days. Each fish in the fishing pond to check? Oh, no, no, no. Thank gosh, I don't. I mean, with the option for instant fishing, it's actually not that bad. But wait, it says that I haven't done adult fishing, which is a lie because I've got adult fishing. I must. It says I've got 12. What? I have to have adult fishing. Remember what I was saying about weights? £19! Whoa! This is so big! I've never seen a fish that big. I didn't even know it could go more than 10 until today. And then it was 12 and then now it's 19? Okay. Can I just leave? Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay. Your weight was set at 13 pounds, so I had to get that big one. Is there any fish in between 12 and 19? Is it random? Go through the door, please. Okay. Let's see if this is gonna be really goofy. Oh gosh. I need to be able to hook shot. Okay, that's garbage. I don't think there's anything over here that we can grab. I'm not... That's not the only thing that I've got. I've got more things. No. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Hi, Ruby. All right, sweet, I guess. Okay. Possibly not bad. Possibly still not bad. Possibly, maybe, question mark, who knows? We'll find out. No, stop. We're going this way. Very slowly. I don't think I can get any lower than this. Oh. Oh, we're stuck. All right, we'll save and, yep. Oh, no, this is not good. No, it's fine, it's fine. We still could find the big key without draining the water. So, for those of you who are not here at the very beginning of the seed, we got a hint that our iron boots is currently on the song from the Ocarina of Time. So... just an FYI, in case anybody was wondering what kind of nonsense we're in, if we can find the big key in this top area without needing the iron boots, then we can just beat the game. But if we can't, if the iron boots are required, then we have 2 more dungeons, 3 more dungeons to complete, and that means 2 more bosses to complete. Or 2 more bosses to find, not complete. We are missing the Dongo's soul, and we're missing... whose soul is the other one? The second I find this, Nope. Nope. The second I find the big key, we're like, noping out of here. We're dipping. This is gonna be a lot of fire. Ha! Oh, he dipped. He backed up. I'm just non-stop. I have infinite fire. I have infinite fire. So I'm just gonna light everything on fire. You gotta stop backing up. I have so much health. He has so much health because of it. Can you imagine this fight without infinite magic and no Bigoron sword? Saku's boiling the water temple? Pyromaniac? What? Already? You've only been here one stream! And already I'm being called a pyromaniac. How could you? No, no. Where does he keep going? Is he getting smart? Nope. Saku not escaping the pyromaniac allegations. One of us. I'm a follower, not a leader. Come back here. I'm hungry, so I'm trying to boil some water. Make some soup. What? How? Ay, there's so much health. Imagine if he was immune to magic. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, this is the right way. No, it's not looking good, chat. It's not looking good. There's only one more location. One more spot that the big key can be. Okay. No. We've got this. It's right here. Right here. Big, nice, and gold chest. Big gold chest. By big gold chest, I mean small gold chest, but still, gold chest nevertheless. Oh, also pots. Give me the big key, please. No. Uh-oh. maybe there's a possibility that it might be possible to possibly get it somewhere else. Okay, you know what? I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. It's a big brain play, okay? A big brain play. Oh, heck. It did not work. Hey, listen. It was close. 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 Sounds impossible. Excuse me. What does that mean? Hang on. I'm just gonna test. Okay, nope. No! It can't go up the dragon body? It goes through the dragon body! Oh. How do I? I can't. Oh, no. Alright, well, I guess we're going to go find ourselves maybe possibly some stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's still maybe there's still hope. Maybe there's still hope. Okay, chat? I'm gonna see how much of this dungeon I can do without the stuff. Oh. I think we might have a problem here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just swap boomerang. Ah, yeah. Silly me. Wait, what? Why is that still... Oh, because I never picked them up. Rude. What if this game just forgot to put the key on the door? Like, what if we could go through all the pathway upways and the game was like, oh yeah, we forgot to put the key there, and then we just go into the boss room. The bosses are calling. I don't want to go. Quick, quick, no! Okay, fine, we'll leave. There's nothing else I can do here. I have to go. So we have silver gauntlets. Well, well, well. You know who should be here for this, Anna? Hashtag pen seed. No pen seed. Okay, we know that there's nothing good in the Colossus area, supposedly. So we're just going straight in. Remaining silver lining, the remaining boss souls aren't in Water Temple. I did ask for, I asked for strength before I wanted to go to, I didn't want to have to come here, basically, is the TLDR. Ah! How'd I miss? Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, the boulders! These are like, you know, those chocolate balls that are filled with nuts? Like Ferrero Rochers. That's basically what those are. Oh, this is a problem. Like hazelnut cream and stuff? Oh man, yum. I can see it, yeah. Or like giant meatballs. Goodbye. The ones you pick apart ingredient by ingredient? Okay, it's not ingredient by ingredient. It's layer by layer. It's a little different. Okay, well, looks like we're going to become a child so that we can come back here and get some keys. Oh boy! What a scene! What do I even need to do now? I need to go get the boots, the iron boots. Is it though? Each layer perhaps a different ingredient? No, because the top layer is chocolate mixed with hazelnuts. Deku tree, we've done. Link's pocket, we've done. Fire temple. Oh, no. I wanted the child ones. Wait, hold it. There was text there that I just skipped. 6 medallions. Evil and key. Oh yeah, because I didn't want to go hunting for the key in Ganon's castle. I do think it's adorable how Link's little ears twitch when he's pulling out the sword or putting the sword away. Now I want Ferrero Rochers. Listen, also I'm not huffing the copium again. I'm trying to I'm trying to find the items in a good way. I need this. Rude. Oh, you went way lower than I thought you were going to. I don't want to have to deal with these bats when they're on fire. Oh, are you the... Okay. Rude. Ah, God. Okay. Go this way. Put that away. So now we have the chest there. Oh, we need nuts. Quick. Yikes! Nope. Oh man, this is working out great. For some reason, I'm sitting here thinking maybe I'll just find the water temple big key in here. No! Well, I'm glad that that happened the way that it did. Yikes! I guess I could have just lit the guy on fire. I guess I can still light the guy on fire. Because I guess the fire didn't actually, yeah, work the first time. Jesus! Rude? You burned down the water temple, might as well continue. Listen, I didn't burn it down. It was getting a little chilly in there. I didn't want it to turn into the Zora's domain. No. No. Oh my god, what? Thank you so much for this. Oh my god, thank you so much for the sub. The big key! Look at it, it's all drawn on there, like it's drawn on there. Like it's on there, like it's drawn on there. Oh my god. Thank you. I found the spirit temple boss key. Whoop, nope. Ah. Oh my god! Game, please! Just let me pick it up. Alright, we're going back to, we're going back to... What's it called? The Temple of Time. There we go. It looks like it's all drawn on there, like it's all drawn on there. Alright, now we go back to Spirit Temple. Wait, what's the... Oh shoot, I forgot to see. Dodongo's Cavern, which we don't have a soul for. And Phantom Ganon from Forest Temple, which we also don't have a soul for. You know, people are gonna start waking up soon and be like, Saku is still streaming. What's happening? Saku holding up a piece of paper with a key drawn on it. I got something better than a key. I got a drawing of a key. It's me, I'm people. Hey, Sid. How you doing? This is the only thing keeping her sane right now. My hunger. I'm so hungry. Do you mind? Get your face out of here. Bring it on. Oh, heck. Can you get closer to me? Okay, not that much. Bye! Good luck at the bottom! Saku simultaneously ending and starting my days is pretty great, not gonna lie, huh? You're a sweetheart. I'm awake, not sure if it's for the day yet. That makes sense. I definitely have moments where I'm just like, I need to keep sleeping. Me losing 60% chances to win, a 25% chance to make up for it? Wait, what? My brain. What does that mean? Please don't bully me. Oh, thank goodness. They're just normal pots. I think the pots in the background are not normal pots. Please just give me the goods. I just need some souls. I'm like a vampire. Wait, is it vampires that need souls or is it demons? Or wait, maybe that's a game. I thought they needed blood, not souls. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yep, I'm silly. Ah, crying. All right, don't forget Saku. Okay, I mean, don't forget Saku, but like also, Saku, don't forget that there's a chest right there. What I learned in Saku's stream today, Saku likes fire. Okay, so this is not at all related to what you just said. I just need fire for, I do need fire for this check here. Not at all related. Okay, so we have that. Don't worry, we won't forget you. Aw, you're a sweetheart. Oh shoot! I need to deal with these guys before they Mimos me to death. Ooh, nice. Or the sentence just ends. Ooh, look at this, a heart? Is this a full heart container? It looks blue. Oh. Heart piece. I don't want to fight this guy. Yes! The Dongo King, let's go! Oh my god, we got one of them. Let's go. We just need one more and then we can beat the game. I gotta do this again because the door closed on me. Now you might be going, yeah, but Saku, there's a long shot chest out there. And to that I say, yes, I am aware, but I can, or not a long shot chest, a silver gauntlets chest. But as I am aware, I'm just going to go this way instead of the other way. I do need the boots. The iron boots, though, are from... The iron boots are from Ocarina of Time song. There is, in fact, madness to my plan. Or maybe I am... Ooh. Excuse me. Hello. More fire. Hello. Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Woo. Wait, why did I press the button? I don't need to press the button. Ow! Why did I do that? I literally have the light arrows. It's fine. You know, it's fine. Watch this. Okay. Professional. I'm a gamer. Oh, please, please. Yes! Oh my god! That's it! That's it! That's it! Wait, are they both in the hallways? Hang on. They were both in the hallways on the way to... Were they both? Hang on. They were both in the right side item in the hallways to the Iron Knuckles. Both of them. Oh my goodness, all green, all green. Let's go, let's go. We gotta beat this boss. Hang on, this is not even the way. I don't even care about anything else now. We just going straight to the boss. Excuse me. Ah, that's rude. I got sniped by a Beebo's head. Nope. Ow. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, my face. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I want the Goron sword, though. Okay, maybe we do slightly checks. Slightly checks. Okay, maybe we get slightly checks. Hello? Please give Bigoran sword. That's not Bigoran sword. 100% it is. No, 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 no. No, no, no. What? Hey. I'm gonna like reward myself after this with some like white chocolate mocha from Madrina's. That's yeah. Oh my goodness. Excellent idea, yeah. Oops. This is going to suck, fighting with Master Sword. Hello! How's it going? Nice to see you. Jump! Jump! I can't see! There's a pole in the way! I can't see! It's hard. I'm trying to see around the pole as if moving my head is going to make any difference. No. Look, but I have super speed climb. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Danger, 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 danger. Get back here! No, I whiffed! Uh-oh. No. Thank you. No! No, you! Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Excuse me. Have some reflective magic. Oh gosh, no, no, no. It's fine. Z target, please. Cooperate with me. Okay, well, we're probably not getting this one. Oh, never mind. Which is dumb. Oh, heck. Ah, you're just out of my reach. Oh, wait, what? I didn't need to. Aw, thank you, Rainbow. Okay, here we go. We have ice, ice, baby. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Please be nice. Okay, fire. Alright, we got fire. I can't see. Please be nice. That's not nice. If you give me all ice for the next little bit, I'm gonna be grumpy. Give me ice one more time. See, that's all you have to do. Is just make them think, oh man, what, I'm gonna change it up this time. Okay, ice again. Oh, 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 oh. One hit! I was one hit away! Oh my god! What is wrong with me? I'm losing my mind. Oh no! Yeah, that's exactly what I said when I saw that it was one hit away. Ay. Well, I guess we're going to the forest temple. Did you know there was, like, I went through this rando and I was like, I'm going to turn off specific locations that are pain in the butt to do because I don't want to end up having to do them. So I was like, you know what? You know what the most pain in the butt checks are? The horseback archery checks and the mask checks. 40 skulls, 50 skulls, that's a little too much. I don't think there's anything else in this game. There's nothing else in this game that's a pain in the butt to go get. Nope, nothing whatsoever. Nothing at all. Definitely not, you know, anything that requires all dungeons. Aren't you glad you made it easier? Crying. I don't know if this matters, so I'm gonna just not. Oh no! Oh, we almost escaped. That would have been bad. Ganon looks so crisp in these paintings. In comparison, hello? What is this scene? Excuse me. my way. No, 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 no. Come on. Rude. Bring it on. 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 Bring it on again. Come on. No, no. I don't want to actually have to fight you in tennis. I'm not very good. Oh, God. Ha ha ha. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hey, Demon Girl, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. The one hit? I was grumpy. Phantom Tennis is low-key the harder one. Alright. One more dungeon? Yeah. I don't think there's anything low-key about it. I think it's the harder one, no question. I definitely agree. Because you very much have to... I don't think you can use the bottle in the same way that you can with other things, right? I'm pretty sure that it's restricted to... I'm trying to remember which dungeon I haven't done yet. Dodongo. You know, it might be faster if we go this way. Excuse me. But yeah, you can't really use the bottle, I don't think, because you have to kind of direct it towards Ganon in this fight. But to be fair, I haven't actually played by using the... Oh, hang on, I don't want to deal with Mido. But yeah. I think you have to direct it. I'm not sure, though. I haven't actually done bottle fight with Phantom Ganon, so I don't know how it works. What a goofy seed, though. Seriously? It's not 100%, but I'm sitting here at 853 checks. I'm skipping a couple. Also, I still have, oh, apparently my computer decided now is the best time to do a virus scan. Good job. Good job, computer. Just ISG. Oh man, why didn't I think of that? Beryl, you're getting too slow. I'm gonna beat you into Dodongo's cavern. All right, last time we got through here. We went all the way to the boss, so there's nothing else in here. That's a lie. There's one check. Oh, apparently this grass. There's grass here? Before the boss grass. Where's the before the boss grass? This one? No, I've already got this one. Oh, no, I didn't. I hit it, but I never actually picked up the item, so it didn't actually count. Oh, okay. Yeah, we've done a lot of this game. I'm trying to, like, there's a lot, I guess, in Ganon's castle. There has to be, because where else have we met? Like, Wasteland, there's a couple of things, right? But it's only like 4 things. I even went into the room here. Okay, I need to pull out the bombs, but you, I mean, I guess I could lift up bombs, but why? When I have infinite bombs. Excuse me. Man, one bonk KO though is really funny in this fight. So this should be the last one. Then we need to become a child. Go into there. Like go into Hyrule Castle area. So that we get the cutscene. La-hee. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, off we go. It's been a hot minute since I played 14. Da-da-da-da-da. Time to jump back into it. Funny. At the moment, I don't even have time, even if I wanted to. My whole, basically, anything is going to be set on trying to fix my computer. Honestly, I have to say, the Endwalker and what's it called? Endwalker and the one after Shadowbringers was like the best story that I think I've ever encountered. No, not Dawn Trail. No, no, no. Endwalker and Shadow into Endwalker. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, Shadowbringers and Endwalker were some of the best story that I've ever encountered. I didn't like some of the other stuff because it felt like filler content to the major plot, if that makes sense. Like it was Heavensward and to me, Heavensward and Stormblood felt like filler content. In like the Realm Reborn storyline. Or the filler arc. That's what I'm talking about. But you know when you're watching anime that's or whatever, a cartoon and stuff, and there's a major story point and you have to like do a side quest away from the main story quest, whatever, in a Realm Reborn or whatnot. I don't know. It's complicated. When you're watching an anime and they go on a side adventure instead of working on the main plot is what it feels like to, for me to play. Stormblood and Heavensward. Okay. Watch one of these be a big key. I'll be so mad. Thank goodness. Okay. Gotta have the beach episode. That's there's like definitely an event, right? That's got beachwear. I feel like, at least. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure that there's like a beach event every year. Fishing? Oh, you meant in anime? Big key? No. Okay. Moonfire Fair. There we go. Moonfire Fair. Can I see what the chest looks like? It's not looking like a big key. I'm not seeing anything, to be honest, but yeah. No, I'm talking about Doug, I'm talking about the Moonfire Fair in Final Fantasy XIV. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wha-bam! Look at that. Professional. I accidentally unequipped that. Well, that was not what I was looking for. The last few events have been much better than they had been lately. So wasn't it before just a like obstacle course? No. Whew. Instant chest here. I just need to find the one big key. If I can just find that, that would be amazing. Might as well just grab these while I can. Oops. Well, they had a few things like that, but recently it had been pretty much talk to a few NPCs, get a single reward. But last few had mini games and stuff like back in the day. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if like, I don't know. I wonder if there's been kind of like talks about how they're trying to get people to come back to the game or whatever else all because of lower player count numbers, like trending downwards or whatever else. But also at the same time, I have no idea if that's just people talking because they're like they hate Final Fantasy XIV in comparison to a different game or whatever else. So I never know if it's actually serious or not. Pyromaniac. Listen, I had to light those torches. It's not my fault. They were just perfectly lightable. This is the one chest with the switch behind the gate. Ooh, and we got the kill on this skull. Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes, 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 yes! Alright, that's it. That's it. That's the last item. That's the last item we need. Guess we're not going to get the Bogoron sword. You didn't need to set those poor clams on fire. I don't know. How do you eat clams? Are you not supposed to roast them? Do you eat clams? Is clams the thing that you eat? I don't even know. I have been allergic to like seafood related things for so long that I don't even know what you can or cannot eat from seafood. Clams are a thing that people eat? Yeah? Okay. You can eat everything? Well, just some things only once. I knew that was where that was going. Where is the door? There it is. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Don't hit me, Tektite. Pandas eat bamboo. But that's because they like bamboo, right? It does do things for them. Like it's good for them. I'm assuming. Maybe it's not. Oh, there's a doggo. Okay, I have to take a quick break, a quick stretch break because I have a doggo who's finally awake and is hungry. So it's her feeding time. She normally gets fed at 7, but she's a little bit out of like, she's not used to the time change yet, so she's not exactly, yeah, waking up. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Anyways, we're going to our really, definitely exciting, very interesting BRB screen. So I will be right back after I feed my doggo. It is not going to be very interesting. It's going to be super boring. There's going to be no sound, no picture, no nothing. But yeah. Gives them constipation. Oh, no. Yes, hello, Ruby. I know. Eh? You want to say hi? I can give you a treat. Are you too tired? Hey, come on. Good girl. I got a couple more. One more? You know, you're like, I'm back down on the ground. Hello. Hey, here you go. Okay, BRB. Doggo, yeah, that's Ruby. Normally I have puppy cam, which is normally why the thing actually says said puppy cam earlier, because there's normally a separate picture, but yeah, computer stuff. Anyways, BRB, going to go feed a doggo, and I will be right back. I was muted. Well, bam. Oh, hi, Ruby. Well, I can see why. Okay, so let's go back to earlier. It's not snack Brit anymore. No, it's. I don't even. Does it say break? I think so. You're waiting for Ruby to bump into the mic. Top tier BRB screen. Thank you. I worked really hard on it. Honestly, it was like... It took hours. Oh, nice, Ruby. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. JK just messing. I don't know about... I love teasing you. I tease people once I feel comfortable around them. Don't worry, you'll fit right in then. Man, I love sleeping through the night. I'm glad that you do. Automod what? Yeah, it's because you said the C word. Crud is okay. Poop terms are not. That is no dice games in this chat. Yeah, it's no, you're gonna get flagged by the bot if you say it correctly. Do not poop in chat. Yes, that is correct. Oh, bam. All right. Casino. I want to see if I can do this. I can do this. Oh, heck. Nope. Oh, that's not. Nope. Hang on. Sorry. I need to practice this on this new I keep forgetting. I don't think this is gonna work. Nope. C word must be citrus. This might be okay. I don't think it is, though. Yeah, no. This is not something that I've done on ship ever, but I do it on my console all the time. There we go. No, that's still not it. What the heck? No, this trick doesn't need bombs. You go up against the wall, you slash. You put your shield out, and then you take out your hammer. And on the frame that you start traveling backwards is when you want to pause. So, like, that's too far. That might be okay. So you equip the hover boots, you press Z, and you hold the backwards button. That was still not good enough. Nope. Yo, have a good night, Rashkivar. Yeah, I don't think that's it either. Oh, heck. I'm a goof. Yep. Now I'm losing everything. There we go. That one. So hold, or equip hover boots. See how I just like barely moved? What I want is to carry the momentum all the way across the screen. So hold Z, hold the back, like pull back on the thing, and then oh, bam. No, Bunny Hood's not. But yeah, it's one of those things that I haven't done enough on this game yet, and this game runs at different frames per second than my console does. I don't even know if it's frames per second or if it's just like something else, but there's just something about this game that's like slightly different than what I'm used to. An input was eaten, and I don't like it. How? I really don't understand why it sometimes just doesn't grab. Bunnyhead does mess with the glitching into GTG method, though. Yeah, because the speed increased, I think. Thank you. Allergies, or not allergies, but something. Dust? Probably dust. Or dog hair. Any of those. Wha-bam! Alright, time for Ganon's castle. Wha-bam! From dusting off the hammer skills, clearly. I see, the thing is, I really did need to do the hammer trick, obviously, because I didn't get it the first try. Sorry, I just needed to respond to something. Somebody asked me to do something at a specific time, and I'm not going to be able to because I'm slightly behind on the game. What I do have to do after I stream is I have to order more of Ruby's food, because Ruby gets special food from the vet, and she is lower on it than I would be, that I'm comfortable with. Yeah. Oh, hey! If you're ready, then proceed. Good luck. Hello? What are you doing in here? I just want to grab all these things just for the fun. Okay, we got lots of money. So Ganon's castle has 58 checks in it. So about as much as Gerudo Fortress. You had no idea this room is in the game? Yeah, it's I actually didn't know about it until Randomizer, Deku's Scrub Shuffle. Rude. because those scrubs held my light arrows, and I was like, what do you mean there's scrubs in Gadon's castle? Where? Someone's like, oh, it's just the invisible wall underneath the stairs. And I'm like, what invisible wall underneath the stairs? Who goes down there looking for invisible walls? Not me. Can you not be in the fire? Goodbye. Yeah, this time we're not accidentally forgetting the fact that we have, or this time we're not doing the escape sequence. We turned that off. I double checked. Hey, Soga. Hey, Spoodle. Is it my birthday already? Ah! Goodbye. It was funny because oh god! It was funny because I literally said that was going to, like somebody was gonna come in and be confused. Because I'm still streaming when they wake up. Nope. Whoa! I was not prepared for the backhand. Nope, one more. Ooh! I almost messed that up. Remember that time when Scar skipped the lower tower escape sequence and Saku didn't, and Saku even warned Scar not to forget? Good times. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no recollection of this whatsoever. Ooh! What? What is this? Gold gauntlets? And Gadon's castle keys? Ooh. 18 hearts. So what are we at now? 898 checks out of 1008. Better late than never, I suppose. Yeah. Wow, I'm walking upstairs. Wait, why am I walking upstairs really fast? Is that like normal speed for walking upstairs, or is this like sped up? Like, I feel really fast. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, yeah, fair. I've learned this spell. It's really neat. I'll keep it later for your treat. Oh, I want a treat? Oh my gosh, I gotta make banana muffins. I think that was because of Bunnyhood. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that makes so much sense. I know that sounds like, oh, of course, but like, yeah. Ganon? I need not silver arrows. The light arrows. Do you mind? I'm not fast enough with that. Like, yeah. I'm not far enough to the right. There we go. Ganon, please. Tennis for days. Oh, that was close. He was about to stand up. Oh my gosh. The evil King Ganondorf beaten by this kid? Gross. Saku. See? Look at that. Back at the bottom. Where we should be. Wait. You know what I mean. I'm talking about at the bottom of the castle. Okay, we're setting up the damage. Although I have no idea how Bunnyhood is gonna play into this. Fancy. I just want Ganon to be Ganon. Isn't there usually an escape sequence? Yes, but we can skip it in the rando. Thankfully. So I don't have to go through that mess. So here we go. Ganon time! In the randomizer, you can actually set it so that you don't get the Master Sword when you pull the Master Sword pedestal, and then you just are stuck with only the No, I messed it up. Guess we're doing this the normal way. I'm sad. I don't actually know how to do the thing with the nuts. I'm gonna try it. Try use. Oh, it does work. Wait, do you even have to roll through his legs? Oh, yeah, you do. I have so many. 32? Then I don't have to actually aim? Saku, the Master Sword is here. Hurry up. Eh. I mean, Master Sword will work better, but yeah. For the longest time, I couldn't beat this boss because I never switched off the Bigoron sword. Oh no. See, the thing is, you would think, right? You would think that the Bigoron sword was better. Yikes! No, Bigoron sword is only better for Ganondorf, not for Ganon. Master Sword is always better on Ganon. Man, we should just be using the Master Sword because this is gonna take 10 years. Master Sword takes 5 hits. If you store Master Sword jump slash damage, you only have to hit him like twice in the first phase. Twice or 3 times. right, no whiffs. Yeah, GG! Look at that! We did it. Can't believe that. What a seed! What a mess! Yeah, oh my god. I set it so that it should auto-advance the text, so I don't need to do anything. I can, yeah. Hey, Zombie Kitty! Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, thank you so much, PTW, for coming in. Scarlet, Spoodle, Soga, Jonathan, Zombie Kitty. I appreciate it. That was definitely a seed among seed, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, for the GGs. I really appreciate it. What? Wow. It was, yeah. Okay, if Auntie Automod caught that because the Automod caught that because I have potential front page at any point in time, so I have to have a higher level of Automod. But I did see that. Kaze, thank you so much for the 91 months. Thank you so much for the GG. You cheese almost every encounter in this game by nutting. Yeah, I will allow that one because I know what you're saying in an appropriate way, not a weird way. But I have to have auto mod on because I always have potential front page carousel access, and so if I don't have auto mod on level 2, they won't let me on the front page carousel. Oh god. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for hanging out. I have some commands I'm going to do here. If you're not already part of the Discord, especially if you're a subscriber, you should be. You get access to all of the emotes. You get access to special rewards. Like, if you're a subscriber, you get access to the supporter benefits program or the supporter benefits channel. And that allows you to vote on the next first playthrough game, and as well as participate in the community puzzles, and also get a free wallpaper every month. I hope that I get my hard drive back before April, because my wallpapers are on that hard drive, and I don't have backups of them, but I might be able to get them from the artist. We'll see. It depends on, yeah. Join the Discord, follow me on my VODS channel or my regular, my VODS channel on YouTube and or my YouTube channel. Join the 1,000 other people's, yeah. It's a little more than that. I gotta update that command. But I'm gonna find somebody to raid while we're in the menu here. Oh, I keep forgetting that I don't actually have everything auto-completing anymore because I don't have... Yeah. I don't have any of my bookmarks and everything else, so